All right, thank you very much. We're back on the record, and I understand we are also streaming on YouTube. And just because there was a little bit of interruption in what the public may or may not have been able to hear during the streaming or on the record, for those not in the room, Mr. Jensen will be recused from participating in deliberations and voting for proposals, hearing proposals number 166, 167, and 233. And just a reminder also that these ethics disclosures and statements of conflict of interests were specific to session 1 hearing proposals. In subsequent sessions for the groundfish, shellfish, and also the salmon sessions, there will be additional ethics disclosures and more proposals that are likely to be conflicted. With that, I believe, Mr. Wood, you had something you wanted to discuss with the board on the record?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have something I want to bring to the board's attention, see if there is any interest in it. And what it would do is adopt a practice or a policy, and I'll make a motion so it gets formally on the floor. But I would move that we adopt a practice that in the event that we face right now, where we only have 6 members authorized to be on the board, and another member has to either abstain because of conflict of interest or perhaps illness, and that the main motion fails, but yet receives 3 affirmative votes, that reconsideration be given and it be continued till we have a full body appointed or the illness is over with. What I'm trying to accomplish, Madam Chairman, is to make a fair playing field. When people make proposals, they're doing so because they want to see a change in the status quo. Under normal circumstances, that would require a 4 out of 7 vote or 57% level. Even when there's only 1 member not participating for whatever reason, they're 67% level. But when it gets to the situation where we're down to 5, it's at an 80% level that they have to get to prevail. And that's a high, high level. I know of no legislative process that requires it, though perhaps we would be better off if there were. But the fact of the matter is, I've never seen anything beyond a 3/4 vote required. So I would ask that, and I did this when I was on the Anchorage Assembly, that even if you don't like the action, I would join in reconsideration simply to be fair to the proposers, that they get a full shot at getting the votes necessary to enact whatever it is they're supposing. So the reconsideration wouldn't be based upon the merits of the argument. It'd be based on just basic fairness. So that's it in a nutshell.
And so just for clarity, the reconsideration you're proposing would be automatic?
That's what I'm asking, that the full board would join in reconsidering, yes.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second for the purposes of discussion?
Second.
Thank you. I'd like to bring law into this discussion. Mr. Peterson, do you have comments?
Sure, Madam Chair. So I would start off by pointing out that any policy has to be adopted by majority of the full board. So it would take 4 yay votes to adopt a policy that Member Wood just described. The first thing that jumps out at me, I think that policy would have to be reconciled with the board's current policy on motions to consider. That's 2012-267 FB, because that details what must happen in order for reconsideration to be given to regulation. So, or I'm sorry, to a proposal. It's not irreconcilable, but it would have to be factored in. So as a legal matter, I think it's possible to do what Mr. Wood is describing, but well, it also occurs to me it's a little unclear what would happen if it was a 3-2 vote in favor of a regulation. Of course, that proposal would fail, and then it sounds like it would be by operation of policy or a mechanical operation, it would automatically get rescheduled to a later date.
If I may respond, it would require the body to endorse it. Yeah, it would still require a 4+ vote for the reconsideration. I'm asking the fellow members to consider doing it as a matter of practice so that everybody's on board that indeed we reconsider. I'm not trying to alter the rules as far as requiring a vote of 4 or anything else of that nature. I'm simply saying let's join together and assure fairness, that's all.
All right, through the chair, thank you for that clarification, Member Wood. So it would still require, so essentially what the policy would be, it sounds like, is mechanically require the board to vote on reconsideration immediately upon a 3-2 vote. I don't really think that a policy could require members to vote any certain way, so I'm not sure what would happen if they declined to, even if the policy carried, but I guess that could be taken up if it happened. Also, it's a little, I think the board might be guessing at when it would be scheduled for a time that there would be 6 or 7 members present. Also, sometimes members are not present for reasons other than being conflicted or not having a full board membership for that matter. So that would also have to be factored in. If for whatever reason a member gets sick and doesn't come to the meeting, would that also trigger this policy? And any time there aren't at least 6 members, would that trigger the policy? And then also you'd have to figure in what might happen in the event of a 2-3 vote that fails, but if there were 7 members, it might have carried. So you probably want to discuss that as well.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A 2-3 vote would not trigger. The only thing I'm trying to do is when it ends up that they've got 3 affirmative votes on the final vote, and they only need 1 more, and that a member is subsequently appointed to this board, so they got a full body, that it come back up, not under a new hearing, not under new evidence, but on the record as submitted. And to answer your earlier question, what would happen if the reconsideration were to fail on a 3-2, then it wouldn't be reconsidered. The rules apply, are applicable. What I'm asking my fellow board members is let's join together going into the process so that in the event that that situation does arise, that we all march together, regardless of what the subject matter is, so that the proposal gets a fair shake, and 80% is not a fair shake.
Mr. Payton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think I understand Member Wood's concept, but logistically, for example, say we implemented that here, or in the future it's implemented. So I guess I'm trying to figure out the steps, how it would go through, say a meeting like this, and there is 6 of us here, or, this scenario happens, let's say on 3 or 4 different proposals. Would then it be scheduled for whenever the full board is, maybe next year? It seems like the logistics and the scheduling are the cumbersome part of it, and that's what I would have a lot of heartburn with, is just prolonging a decision or kicking it down the road to the next year on the same issue. So I don't know if I could get behind this just for those reasons.
Mr. Godfrey?
Just for clarification, Board Member Woods, so if a vote failed with 3 in support, but the full board was not voting, whether there's a member that's not been appointed or someone abstaining or has a conflict, you're saying essentially move it to a point where, well, obviously if someone has a conflict, they're always going to have that conflict. So now it's just a matter of, if we're missing a person, a board member, we move that down out of cycle whenever that happens. I guess logistically, I'm kind of right there with Board Member Payton from the standpoint, if you have somebody new, and we had the benefit of public testimony, committee of the whole, and all of that, how does the new person get up to speed on that in the midst of another board meeting, especially if there was 3 or 4 of those proposals? Because it would have to be fair to the new board member who's participating now but wasn't before, they would need the benefit of that information to make an informed decision, I would think, right? So I'm struggling with this too, practically speaking. I like the concept, but I don't know logistically and practically how this would work out.
Commissioner, and then Mr. Wood.
So, John, I do have a question. So I think I understand where you're going with this, but the question I have is, so the board can reconsider a vote at a board meeting, right? So the board can reconsider a vote at the board meeting, but let's just say that this passes and it can be reconsidered by the full board later on, whenever that is appointed. That would mean the regulations you pass at this meeting would be up for reconsideration at a subsequent meeting?
Not sure I'm following where you're going, but if it were to pass at this meeting, what would be the result? Is that what your question is?
I think the question is, I think you have the ability to reconsider a vote at the meeting of a vote that you took, but that doesn't carry forward to a subsequent meeting where you would have a full board appointed. So I'm just struggling with this. If you took votes at this meeting, for instance, since you don't have a full board, and you voted to reconsider them once you had a full board, you wouldn't be making final decisions at this meeting.
I think I understand where you're going, and that would be a correct assumption, in that it failed to pass at this meeting because of a 3-vote under the scenario of a conflict and the lack of a member. So if the members here joined in a reconsideration of that and sent it to the next regular scheduled meeting, and Mr. Payton was absolutely correct on what he thought the effect would be. The merits would be debated at that subsequent meeting and voted on once you have that full board. And Mr. Godfrey's absolutely correct. If you have a conflict, it's not, under most circumstances, will not go away. Okay, so you can have a conflict throughout. But it does address the issue where we, for whatever reason, have only 6 members. I don't understand why we're still at that juncture, but we are. And that's what I'm trying to address. So it would take a combination, Mr. Godfrey, of having a short board, in other words, a 6-member board, and somebody that's either because of sickness or because of conflict or have been excused for whatever reason to not be able to participate. So the only 5 were really left to participate. That's what I'm after.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is loading up a future board meeting with stuff that should have been decided at a past board meeting because of the structure of the board, the members. Like for this meeting, we're down 1 board member that one seat hasn't been filled, and I'm going to be conflicted out of probably 60 proposals here, up to 60 proposals, but I'd still be conflicted out of them on whenever we kick the meeting down. I mean, our next regularly scheduled meeting is this statewide meeting, which is a couple days after this one gets over. So would we look at it on that meeting? And we'd still have the same board structure, I believe. So,
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, the only reason you wouldn't is if in the interim period, an appointment is made to fill that seat, in which case you could take it up at that statewide meeting, yes. Does that answer your question? You're still conflicted out. Yeah.
I'm out. So, yeah, but my biggest problem is loading up another meeting with stuff from a past meeting, which would take away from the focus you're supposed to have on the future meeting. So it's just like an ACR, for instance, where you take up an ACR and all of a sudden the whole world focuses on the ACR instead of the meeting that we have in front of us. And and one other thing is that the public is well aware of how this works, and most of these people are out in the public that are out in the audience now have seen this scenario play out lots of different times, and I haven't heard, maybe you have heard from other people, but I haven't heard from anybody. They just know it's part of the process that if one guy's conflict, I mean, in Civic a couple years ago, or a couple cycles ago, there was only 4 board members sitting at the table, and that really made it difficult. So I like your concept about fairness and making sure the proposer gets to be heard, by a full board would be best. But I don't know if this will take us down the right road, Mr. Wood. Thank you.
Ms. Payton?
Just one quick comment, too. I think in the past, I think with Member Huntington, when board members have emergencies, we've switched things around where we've kind of skipped deliberation for a day or afternoon or switched things around so that board member could participate. So we have worked around things like that. I think maybe something to consider, Mr. Wood, is, we're starting this off without a city appointed seat. So the better policy would be or general practice would be to not have a board meeting without at least all 7 seats appointed, I guess, would maybe be a different way to kind of not really get what you're trying to accomplish here, but at least the percentage would be high, right? Always start a board meeting with at least all 7 seats filled, and if everyone can make it, that's good. But we're starting it with, -1, so that's not good.
John?
Simply, a simple wild-ass guess. I bet you there's some kind of reasoning behind a 7th member not being appointed at this particular timing. And I'm not going to speculate as to what that may or may not be. But I agree with you, and if such a motion were put on the floor, I'd be supportive of doing just what you described. And that would put additional pressure on the powers to be to get a full board for us to work with.
My impressions are that this is, a bit of a slippery slope, because there could be instances, and I'm sure that there have been, where you can have 2 conflicted members, and then you're still set up in the same situation where you've got 5 that are eligible to vote. So, it's this concept that you're putting forward. Well, I appreciate the intent. I think, is in conflict with the existing policy with respect to reconsiderations, and I think that over the years there's been, there's a variety of reasons and instances where only 5 members have been present to vote, whether they're sick or had to get called away or conflicted. I think that sets up a scenario where you are potentially bringing things up in, outside of the meetings in which they were intended. The department is sort of dealing with perpetual, not final actions potentially, and so those are some of my concerns related to what we're discussing. Mr. Wood.
Madam Chairman, my grammar school math teacher would probably challenge me, but I can count votes, and I would call a question.
Question's been called. Mr. Haight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is on the motion by Mr. Wood to create a new policy for automatic reconsiderations on a vote of 5 members or less if this vote is 3-2 or 3-1. Mr. Godfrey?
No.
Mr. Jensen?
No.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Payton?
No.
Ms. Mitchell?
No.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
No.
That motion fails 1-5, Madam Chair.
Thanks, John. It was good discussion. Just want to go through a couple reminders about signing up for public testimony before we get into staff reports this morning. For those of you who wish to testify and have already signed up through the registration and have been given confirmation of the approximate time your name will be called, the current testimony list for this is posted around the room. It will be updated. If you did not indicate that you wanted to testify when you were registering but would like to do so now, please see the regional coordinator desk for assistance. If you haven't registered, please see our regional coordinator desk for assistance, including to sign up for public testimony. And I think that applies for remote as well as in-person testimony. The tentative cutoff time was going to be at 10 a.m. I'll extend that to 10:30. So the cutoff time to sign up for oral testimony for session 1 is today, Thursday, March 10th at 10:30 a.m. At this meeting, the public will be given 3 minutes to testify. Advisory committee and regional advisory council representatives will be given 10 minutes, and an individual may provide oral testimony during each session. Again, we hope that folks wishing to testify on proposals in session 2 and 3 will wait to provide those remarks until we can start the appropriate session. We ask this of you because as a board, we will hear a considerable amount of information, and it's just easier to retain that information if it's received closer to the time that the proposals are taken up. However, in no way do we wish to limit anyone's opportunity to speak. If today is your best or only option for providing testimony, either way, we'll take notes and we'll be flexible. At this time, I think we'll move into staff reports. We'll just take a couple minutes to get set up, and we'll begin. All right, are we good to go?
We can put some lights back on.
Okay, please proceed.
So, Madam Chair, this report will be given by Kyle Hebert. He's joining us virtually online, and I believe he is ready to go. I saw him pop up there for a second. So, if you're ready, Kyle, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just give me one moment and I'll share my screen. Okay, I'll just ask for a little feedback. Can you see my slide okay? And does my audio sound okay?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Can you enlarge, can you go to full screen?
Let's see, how does that look? Is that better?
Oh, better, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair and board members, good morning. For the record, my name is Kyle Hebert, and I will be presenting the report on commercial herring fisheries in Southeast Alaska. I've tried to focus the presentation on information that is most pertinent to issues that are brought up in the herring proposals before the board, of which there are 15, and most of which concern Sitka Sound. I will briefly touch on important ecosystem considerations.
Could we get the volume turned up a little bit, please?
Yeah, the volume's kind of muffled, and, you know, if we need headphones, that might help if they're coming through the mic set. It is a bit muffled. Just go ahead and continue, and we'll try and get some headphones for you. Please proceed, Kyle. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I will be discussing a little bit about the ecosystem considerations. I'll give you an orientation on stock locations and fisheries, and I'll describe the main aspects of the management plan in Southeast Alaska. The threshold harvest rate policy is a topic of several proposals, so I will spend a bit more time explaining how that works. And finally, I will touch a bit on the locations of commercial openings in Sitka Sound relative to subsistence fishery closed waters, since that is also a topic for the board. I'd like to start by highlighting the importance of herring in the ecosystem, because herring are a key food source to so many other species. They have a particularly important role in the ecosystem. They bridge plankton and higher and top predators like salmon and other marine mammals. Although herring are well recognized for their important link between these trophic levels, there's still inadequate information to fully develop ecosystem-based conservation limits for herring. In other words, there's still a lot of uncertainty surrounding herring, and it's very difficult to quantify how much herring populations impact other species that rely on them, or how much species impact herring. So consequently, a goal of herring fisheries management in Southeast has been to protect stocks by incorporating conservative elements into the management to provide a buffer against the potential risk of these kinds of uncertainties. There are numerous spawning areas scattered throughout Southeast Alaska and Yakutat, and they're represented by the dots you see here. However, there are currently only 2 herring stocks that have been consistently surveyed, that's Sitka and Craig, And consequently, these are the only areas where commercial fisheries have been prosecuted in recent years. Up to 2016, there were several other areas in the region that had been surveyed for many years, and those are shown by the gray dots. However, in 2016, reductions to state budgets reduced the department's means to conduct regular stock assessments and fisheries management in these areas. However, the department still does conduct at least a few aerial surveys in these areas to maintain a minimum documentation of spawning levels. For many of these areas, commercial fisheries have not been opened for the past several years, and in some cases, many years, because they were at low levels and below the thresholds necessary to allow fisheries. In addition to these areas, there are numerous smaller spawning areas throughout the region, which are represented by the white dots you see, and these are just some of the areas where spawn has been observed historically. For most of these small spawning areas, the department collects very little information, often just mapping spawn by chance from an occasional aerial survey or perhaps by getting reports from the public. There are several types of herring fisheries in Southeast Alaska, including subsistence and commercial. Although this report is focused on the commercial fisheries, I want to point out that there is also an important subsistence harvest of herring eggs that is a tradition and a custom of great cultural importance, and that occurs in the springtime during the spawning event. Commercial sacro fisheries use either purse seines or gill nets, and they occur in the springtime as well, usually just before the spawning starts. Sitka Sound is currently the only active sacro fishery, and the gear there is purse seine. This is a competitive limited entry fishery. In spawn on kelp fisheries, herring are seined and then transferred to enclosed pound structures. This also takes place in the spring prior to spawning. Craig is the only active spawn on kelp fishery. There are 3 other spawn on kelp areas: Hoona Sound, the topic of Proposal 167, and Teneke Inlet and Ernest Sound, none of which have been active for several years due to low herring abundance. The spawn on kelp fishery is also a limited entry. And finally, bait fisheries use purse seines and occur in the fall and winter. Craig has been the only active bait fishery area in recent years, and this type is not limited entry. In other words, it's open access. Although there are numerous regulations detailing how individual herring fisheries are to be managed in Southeast, all herring fisheries must operate under these 6 overarching management directives. I have underlined here those that are most relevant to some of the proposals that are before the board. Stocks are defined based on where they spawn. The department establishes thresholds for spawning biomass below which fisheries are not allowed. Herring abundance is estimated to determine if the biomass exceeds the threshold and if fisheries may be permitted. And the department has a well-developed stock assessment program in place with annual surveys and data collection. We use an age-structured model to estimate biomass along with other important metrics such as age composition, survival rate, and recruitment. Exploitation rates, commonly referred to as harvest rates, are set between 10 and 20% of the entire mature biomass. In Sitka Sound, there's a slightly different harvest rate range, which is 12 to 20%. And finally, items 5 and 6 on this list are provisions that allow the department some flexibility when there are concerns of mortality that are not already accounted for in other parts of the management plan. Although thresholds are not specifically brought up in proposals that are before the board, they are an integral part of the harvest rate strategy and should be considered jointly with harvest rates. Thresholds are in place to protect herring stocks by removing fishing pressure when stocks are at lower levels, to allow stocks to recover more quickly and to ensure that an adequate spawning base remains. A conventional method that is used to set thresholds is to estimate the biomass that was present before the existence of substantial fisheries and then set the threshold at 25% of that value. You may hear later in the meeting references to 25% of average unfished biomass, which is what this refers to. In this slide, I've used the term pristine biomass, which I find a bit more descriptive, but here it is synonymous with average unfished biomass, and those are interchangeable terms. This approach has been used for Sitka Sound and for some other areas in Southeast. In Sitka, an estimate of the unfished biomass was made back in 1997, which was intended for setting the threshold at 25% unfished biomass. However, the threshold was increased beyond this level by the board to about 30% of average unfished biomass to address subsistence concerns. The threshold was increased by the board once again in 2009 to about 37% of unfished biomass to further address subsistence concerns. Some studies have recommended that thresholds for forage fish in general be set higher than 25% of pristine biomass as a precaution to ensure adequate forage for other predator species. Since there are quite a few proposals concerning Sitka Sound, I'll describe how the biomass and threshold in Sitka Sound has changed over time. The total bar height in this graph represents the total mature biomass for herring in Sitka Sound. The dark portion that you see at the top of each bar represents the commercial fishery catch, and the light portion of the bar represents the portion of the stock that went on to spawn, what we would call the spawning biomass. The black line that you see represents the threshold that was in place in any given year. The original threshold was set at 6,000 tons back in 1977, and then it was increased to 7,500 tons in 1983. In 1997, the department conducted an analysis, as I described earlier, where the threshold was based on a percentage of unfished biomass. That calculated value was just under 17,000 tons, which was proposed to the board as a threshold. However, the board opted for a higher threshold of 20,000 tons, as I mentioned, to provide for subsistence uses, a buffer for subsistence uses. Then in 2009, the board, the threshold was increased again to 25,000 tons, again, as I mentioned, for subsistence concerns. So one striking feature of this graph is the very large increase in biomass that you can see started in 2019. The Sitka Sound biomass is currently at an all-time high since biomass estimates have been made by the state, which is approximately over the past 50 years. This recent increase was due to an extremely successful recruitment event in 2019 when age 3 herring dominated the population, and this dominant cohort has been observed moving through the population since then and contributing to the very high biomass estimates we've seen in the past few years. This exceptionally high and unprecedented recruitment and dominant cohort was not only observed in Sitka Sound, but also in the Craig stock, which is also at a record high biomass, and in other stocks throughout the Gulf of Alaska, including Prince William Sound and Kodiak. So this was a very large-scale recruitment event that was probably a result of widespread ocean conditions that were very favorable to survival during early life phases of this cohort. There are several proposals that are requesting changes to harvest rates. So I'm going to spend a little bit of extra time explaining how the harvest rates are determined in Southeast. The 10 to 20% harvest rates that are in regulation are intended to provide for sustainability, to optimize yield, and to minimize fishery closures. And they include some built-in conservative measures. These harvest rates were based on an analysis of Alaska herring stocks, which concluded that a fixed 20% harvest rate of the spawning biomass should be sustainable if used with an appropriate threshold. So a fixed 20% harvest rate means that harvesting at 20% of the spawning biomass should be sustainable regardless of the biomass level, so long as the stock is above its threshold. However, in Southeast Alaska, the maximum harvest rate is set at 20%, and a sliding scale is also included such that the harvest rate is reduced as the stock declines until it reaches the minimum 10% harvest rate at threshold. Except for in Sitka Sound, the minimum is 12%, which I'll explain a bit more on the next slide. I want to emphasize here that the maximum harvest rate is set at 20% of the spawning biomass as a whole, and it's not intended as a harvest cap of any particular segment of the population, for example, a single age class. This is because the foundational analysis that was based on the entire population, and selectivity of any segment of the population was already accounted for in the analysis. This topic will come up in proposals 157 and 158. The sliding scale feature of the harvest rate strategy was included as an additional conservative measure to what was recommended by the original analysis. So the sliding scale is a buffer that is built into the harvest strategy. The original analysis that recommended the harvest rates that are used today does have some limitations. First, the analysis could only take into account the ecosystem conditions that existed up to the time of the analysis. And so it doesn't account for any changes that may have happened since then. For example, changes in the predator interactions or changes to the ocean itself, such as temperature. Also, the original analysis did not explore the effects of changes in productivity of herring populations, or in other words, whether or not the recommended harvest rates were appropriate for herring stocks at all productivity states. For example, whether they were appropriate for stocks that are slowly rebuilding or those that were at low levels. Research conducted for stocks in British Columbia suggests that although a fixed 20% harvest rate with a threshold of 25% unfished biomass may be adequate for productive herring stocks, it may not necessarily be adequate for rebuilding stocks that are at states of low productivity or low biomass. Now, this graphic shows the sliding scale harvest rate that's used to set the harvest rates in Southeast. Sitka Sound is shown by the dashed line, and all other stocks in Southeast follow the solid diagonal line. These lines show what the harvest rate would be as the biomass of a stock increases above its threshold. The allowable harvest rate is shown along the vertical axis, and the biomass is expressed as multiples of the threshold along the horizontal axis. So at 1, the stock is at threshold. At 2, it's twice its threshold, and so on up to 6 times threshold, which is the point at which every stock will have reached the maximum 20% harvest rate. When the stock is forecast to be below threshold, then no commercial fishery is allowed. Now, notice that Sitka's harvest rate line is steeper than the rest of Southeast Alaska, reaching 20% maximum when the biomass is at twice its threshold, whereas for the rest of Southeast, the harvest rate increases more gradually, reaching the 20% maximum at 6 times its threshold. The reason for the steeper increase in Sitka is that in 1997, Sitka's threshold was increased substantially, as you saw in a previous slide, which caused an abrupt loss of potential commercial harvest opportunity, and consequently the board adopted the more accelerated harvest rate at that same time to help lessen the impact to the commercial fishery. The steeper sloped harvest rate was designed to continue to allow the maximum 20% harvest rate to be achieved at the same actual biomass as was allowed by the more gradual slope that was used before the change. Showing the sliding scale in terms of multiples of the threshold just provides a handy and simplified way to display the basic differences of harvest rates between Sitka and the rest of Southeast Alaska. However, when you consider how changes to the allowable harvest rates might change the level of precaution for any given stock, it becomes more complicated because it's important to consider how changes would be relative to the actual biomass threshold for each stock, the actual tonnage of each stock, rather than comparing multiples of threshold. And this is described in more detail in the staff comments, particularly for Proposal 156. One more point on this slide, and that is the reason that Sitka's harvest rate starts at 12% at that threshold instead of 10% like the rest of Southeast. It's a little complicated, but in a nutshell, it's because when the threshold was raised most recently in 2009 from 20,000 to 25,000 tons, at that time, the formula that's used to calculate the harvest rate was separated from the threshold, and instead it retained within it the previous threshold value of 20,000 tons instead of changing it to the new 25,000 tons. And you can see that in this red oval, which shows the harvest rate equation. This was done because the board at that time chose to change the threshold without changing the slope of the line of the harvest rate, and this made it mathematically impossible to have a 10% harvest rate when it was at threshold. It's important to understand that although a minimum harvest rate of 12% in Sitka may sound like a higher minimum harvest rate than other Southeast stocks, it's actually more conservative than before the change was made, because now the possibility of fisheries at lower biomass levels where 10 or 11% would have been applied was eliminated. And finally, for my last slide, I'll switch gears a bit and to provide a bit of background for a proposal that requests changes to waters closed to the commercial fishery in Sitka Sound, Proposal 160. This map shows the area of Sitka Sound where waters are closed to the commercial fishery. The area in blue shows closed waters adopted by the board in 2012 to protect herring spawning and subsistence activities, which have historically been concentrated in this area. There's also a small adjacent area of federal waters that was closed in 2015 by the Federal Subsistence Board in the interest of protecting herring subsistence opportunity, and that's the small area that's shown in black. The red line that you see here is the cumulative shoreline where spawning has occurred over the past 5 years, 2017 through 2021, and the gray areas represent an aggregation of all the areas that were opened to the commercial cycle fishery during that same period. And so the point of this slide is simply to orient you a bit and give you some context for where recent spawn has occurred and commercial fisheries have occurred in Sitka relative to the subsistence closed waters. And that concludes my presentation, and I will be happy to take any questions board members may have.
Mr. Wood and then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to go over 3 slides with you. If you'd go back to slide 1. And I don't want to mispronounce your name, but down in Cajun country, it'd be A-Bear. Is that how you pronounce it?
Some do. Some of the family that T-birds.
Yeah. Slide 1, which is the chart showing where the sites were. Maybe I had the wrong slide number. Nope, keep that. There you go, right there, slide 4. Wasn't even close, was I? The empty circles are, like you described, minor spawning areas. Do they ever get surveyed?
Madam Chair, Mr. Wood, those do not get surveyed. They're just occasionally data may come in from an aerial survey or some other observation of herring spawn, but they're not part of our regular survey program or stock assessment program, so they do not get surveyed.
Okay, is there harvesting taking place on those sites, either commercially or subsistence?
Madam Madam Chair, Mr. Wood, there will be no commercial fisheries happening at these locations, and there could be subsistence harvest happening. Yes.
Okay, do we have any records that one could look at to see if that bears out to what quantity?
Madam Chair, Mr. Wood, I am not aware of records, but for subsistence harvest, but that is not my area of expertise. We have other staff in the department that may be able to provide records if they exist.
Yeah, I respect that. Go to slide 8, if you would. I'm looking at a slide that, had you not given your explanation, makes no sense to me that 3 years would so far outweigh all the previous years leading up to it. I mean, it's not even close. And you attributed that to the ocean conditions being receptive to it, and I presume you're talking about the blob or whatever they want to call it, global warming. How confident are you when you state that you believe those 3 years to be attributable to that?
Madam Chair, Mr. Wood, the idea that the reason for the strength of that year class was because of what you refer to as the blob, the marine heat wave that was happening back in 2014 to 16, I think. I can't state with any certainty that was the cause. I think what does make sense is that we saw this very large recruitment, exceptionally large recruitment throughout the Gulf of Alaska. So it was on a very wide scale, and then just kind of thinking about what other large-scale event might have affected all of these stocks at the same time. Okay. And it happens that the blob was coming to an end about 2016, which would have been the year that this cohort were eggs and larvae. So there's a probable connection there, but stating the exact mechanism, that would be difficult to say.
And we all know that El Niños, et cetera, come and go. I mean, they're not with us continuously from year to year. If indeed that was a result, can we then expect the numbers to go back down to where they had been prior to those 3 years?
Madam Chair, Mr. Wood, I don't know that we're going to be able to predict such a thing. This was clearly an unusual event in terms of the magnitude of the recruitment and the increase in biomass. To say whether this is something that could happen again or could be expected in the future on any regular basis, I have really no way to judge.
I appreciate that. I met with a gentleman, I hope he doesn't mind me using his name, Peter Bradley, last night, who had done his own research on the department and how they've calculated these biomass, et cetera, over the years. And he made some valid points I'd like you to comment on, is that the department has gotten much more efficient in how they go about counting numbers. So what may have been on that chart for instance, 1971 or 77 rather, or 1990 might actually have been in actuality a lot higher than what's reflected on there. Has the department changed its mechanisms for estimating biomass, or have they included areas that they weren't included in those prior years? I wish I could remember the name of the place, Kusov, is that how you pronounce it? Being added to the count.
Madam Chair, Mr. Wood, yes, I would say that the department's methods have not changed greatly over the last several decades. There certainly have been some changes. I don't want to make it sound like the department hasn't changed anything. But we do strive to maintain a consistency in our methods. That's very important, so that we can have a clear picture of what's actually happening in terms of changes to the population, so we definitely strive to keep our methods consistent. That said, back in the earliest years you see in this graph, in the 70s, the methods weren't quite the same. They were based on sometimes hydroacoustic surveys instead of what are recent, I'd say that since the 80s and on, we use a dive survey to estimate egg deposition, which is a major index for estimating biomass. So there have been some changes, but on the other hand, we have multiple sources of data that we consider. One in particular are the miles of spawn that we record from our aerial surveys. And I think that has been a relatively consistent program in terms of space geography that's covered, in terms of the extent of how far surveys how far they were reaching around Sitka Sound. And we have documentation showing that. So, I wouldn't say that all of our estimates further back in time are completely as much confidence as we have in recent decades. But I think overall the picture that you see here, we have confidence in terms of, we think the stock was at quite a low level in the 70s and early 80s, and it increased over the 90s and 2000s, as you see. So although it might not be exact in those early years, I think we have confidence that it was at a much lower level than we see now.
Okay, I appreciate the response. If you'd go to item or slide 11, it'd be my last slide, Madam Chair.
Just a moment, John, Mr. Commissioner.
So, John, those were interesting questions, because I had a lot of the same kind of questions when I was going through this presentation. And, did we change our methodology, and did our methodology change to change the abundance out there? And I think Kyle answered that question. Really, there were slight changes, but nothing that would account for these changes. And then I said, how confident are we in these numbers? And we have as a staff, we have a high degree of confidence that this is a real change in abundance that's reflective in the graph that you see. So.
And you have the same high degree of confidence that the 3 big years here are attributable to changing ocean conditions?
I'm going to leave that to the biologist to answer, but obviously something caused that increase, and with herring, it's likely something in the ocean.
Okay. That's all I have on slide 8, Madam Chair. If I go to slide 11.
Before we do that, I just want to see if there's any questions specific to this slide before we move on.
Not to the slide.
Okay. I have just a couple of quick questions on this slide, and then we'll move on to slide 11. So just for clarity, you're talking about this particular year class, and is that the 4-year-olds that are represented?
Madam Chair, so it would have been age 3 in 2019, the first big bar you see. And then in 2020, they would have been 4-year-olds, 2021, 5-year-olds. So those would be the predominant age classes of those years, of the population in those years.
And are any of the other age year classes accounted for in this? And if not, why not?
Madam Chair, yes, all of the age classes are included in these bars. These bars represent the total mature population, so all of the age classes are included. It's just that they are dominated by this one particular cohort, which appeared as age 3 in 2019, and as that cohort grew each year, that became the dominant age class for subsequent years. So all the ages are included, but it's dominated by this one cohort.
Thank you for that clarity. Last question, Mr. Wood, on slide 11, and then we'll go Mr. Jensen and then Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you go to item slide 11, please. Oh, okay. The blue area, if it's blue, is called an aggregate, the core system. apparently in 2018, the board added 6 some odd miles to what had been previously existing. Has that new area been fished with subsistence fishermen or harvesters since that was done back in whenever it was it 2018 or thereabouts?
Madam Chair, Mr. Wood, I believe the answer is yes. That is certainly an area where subsistence harvest has happened in the past several years.
Has not been? Is that what you said?
Excuse me, there has been subsistence harvest in that area.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, they only harvest in that area if there's spawn in that area. So they try to go to where, the spawn is to put their branches for subsistence. And that sort of follows the fishery around. My question, Kyle, is that other than Sitka, you're saying there's a low abundance of herring. Is that contributed to lack of fish or lack of survey data? I know you guys haven't been doing full surveys because of budget. When I read through the 2 documents for herring, I noticed in many places it says not surveyed due to budgetary concerns. So does that mean you're not looking at them at all, or are you just saying there's a low abundance of herring because you didn't do a survey? Or I'm just trying to get that clarified in my mind. I get out quite a bit, and I see a lot of different places that look to me like they've been increasing over the years, and that's just basically local places around Petersburg, and that don't even show on the map that you have here. I know you guys can't survey every little dinky spot spawn, but on Duncan Canal, for instance, I've seen this one little group of herring have been spawning on this one place for as many years as I can remember. I haven't been down there the last couple of years, so I don't know if it's expanded more or not, and I haven't talked to the people that hang out down there. So I'm just wondering if what you said is low abundance of herring is due to lack of survey, or maybe that's the question. Is it due to lack of surveys, or do you guys really do hit all the spots regular basis?
Madam Chair, Mr. Jensen, so we do have, as you mentioned, there's kind of a discrepancy on, there's different patterns that are happening in Southeast Alaska when you look at outside waters and inside waters. So Sitka is an outside water stock that's obviously we think is at a very high level. Crane would be the other stock that is at a very high level. Those are both the outside stocks. And then the inside stocks are traditionally been more of the smaller stocks, not always, but those stocks have all kind of declined to quite low levels, moderate to very low levels, depending on the stock. And I think we have not surveyed many of those areas. The one area that we've been surveying more consistently is Kashake's Cat Island area down by Ketchikan. But most of those other stocks have not had surveys since 2016 or before. But I think we do continue to do aerial surveys of those stocks, and those show that spawning, and that provides us with kind of just the basic spawn mileage. So we have some idea of the level of the stock. We don't follow up with the dive surveys that we do in Sitka, so we don't have great information about the stock level, but just based on the spawn mileage, we can make some assumptions about the level of the stock, and it appears that they are at low levels. There just has not been as much spawn mileage as we've seen in the past for many of these areas. So we don't have a very good picture of what's happening without our dive surveys and broader stock assessment, but we can tell that those inside water stocks are, for the most part, at low levels. And as you mentioned, there are many other small spawning areas scattered throughout Southeast, and we certainly do not track all of those, and we have not. And many times we don't even have spawn mapping of those. So we just know that they exist from reports here and there from the public mostly.
Thanks, Kyle. I have another question. It's on slide 10. By looking at this slide, it appears that the Sitka's harvest program is more aggressive than the other ones, but it looks like that on the graph. But I know Sitka herring is managed more conservative than the other herring, the ones that aren't being fished right now. But when they are being fished, Sitka is definitely managed more conservatively, and that's just what I see in that graph, and it's sort of misleading to me. I know we've built in, over the years I've been on the board, several different conservation. Is that, am I reading this, the sliding scale harvest rate incorrectly?
Madam Chair, Mr. Jensen, I think this, what your question is getting at, I think, is what I was trying to allude to in the presentation when I said that when you consider how conservative or precautionary the harvest rate strategy is for any given stock, you really need to look at how that harvest rate compares to the actual biomass threshold of the stock, instead of like the multiple of the threshold as I have presented here. So presenting as the multiple of threshold is a convenient way to show in a kind of a clean way the difference between Sitka and Southeast stock. So you can see there is a difference there's a different equation used, and there is a difference there. But when you look at a graph that compares these harvest rate lines versus the actual thresholds of these stocks, you'll see there are many lines, and Sitka does look, it would look quite a bit different when it's compared to its actual biomass. And this is difficult to explain. So this is in a figure that is in our staff comments in RC2 under proposal 156. It would probably be more clear to look at that figure to understand what I'm getting at here. Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. Just one more follow-up question, and I'll save the rest for deliberations. Is there another strong age class coming in behind this 3-year-old age class that started back in 2019? Do you see evidence of another strong age class coming in?
Madam Chair, Mr. Jensen, the year following the very strong age class of 2019, so the next year we had quite a low age 3 recruitment. And then the year after that, which would have been 2021, was it's hard to characterize it exactly, but it was higher. It was moderate. It was not as low as the year before, but it was certainly not as strong as we saw in 2019. So we do have data that shows there was a decent recruitment last year, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. That's all I have on this end. Thanks for your patience.
Ms. Mitchell, then Mr. Payton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for you, Kyle. In the staff comments, it mentions that under the current harvest rate strategy, Sitka Sound herring has reached the greatest biomass since the state began management in 1960. But from this presentation, it seems that much of that can be attributed to the recruitment event and favorable ocean conditions. Can you just clarify the department's stance on that?
Madam Chair and Ms. Mitchell, yeah, I would say that the very recent years that you see, that you saw on slide 8, the very high biomass that we see, that was attributable to the very large recruitment. Prior to that, I would say that we saw in the Sitka Sound stock that the biomass built more slowly over a period of time through the 90s and 2000s to a peak in about 2010 or 11, and then started to decline gradually to more of a moderate level. So yes, the last 3 years were almost entirely due to the large recruitment in 2019, which was, as I mentioned, speculative that it was caused by very good conditions for that cohort, and it's in the year that those eggs hatched, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just one follow-up question. It also mentions that there's currently work being taken on to identify the new estimate for the unfished biomass and when that's expected to be done.
Madam Chair, Ms. Mitchell, I think that is a question that I'm going to defer to my colleague, Dr. Dressel, if she's able to speak to that. That would be a cleaner answer, I think.
Ms. Dressel?
Yes, through the chair. The threshold that we're working on, it is in process, but we don't have a specific date for when we will have this out. There are multiple reasons for that. One is that the threshold that was estimated in the past was using one particular method, and since then, computing and statistical methodologies have increased dramatically, and so there are numerous different ways to estimate unfished biomass and to provide the board with a real full picture of what not only a point estimate of unfished biomass is, but also a range or a distribution, so that you have that information across methods. We need to do some considerable work. So we don't have a specific date for that. We do not have that ready at this meeting, but it is looking at both the threshold and the harvest rate strategy is a high priority for us.
Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Mr. Payton?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the department for getting all the oral presentations online ahead of the meeting. That's a big deal, the board members. So I applaud you guys there. I think that should be a best practice moving forward for future boards. Very helpful to condense all the information down for us like that and let us look at it. A couple of questions for you, Kyle. On slide 7, you mentioned research suggests thresholds above 25% of pristine biomass may be necessary for other species and to allow low productivity. I think you mentioned a Canada study. Could you elaborate more on other kind of what that research is and from where? You can just kind of briefly touch over that.
Madam Chair, Mr. Payton. So this is referring to on slide 7. The research I'm referring to is, for example, there's a report called the Lundfest report, which is also called Little Fish, Big Impact, which was a fairly wide-ranging analysis that looked at forage fish all across the world, not just herring, but other species like sardines, capelin, all kinds of forage fish. And basically, their conclusions were that to be precautionary, they recommended higher thresholds and I think that the comparisons were a little different. I would say higher than 25% of pristine, but they had specific recommendations for how much higher. Basically, they would say double the conventional, but I think their convention was 20% of pristine biomass. So they're recommending increasing thresholds. They were also recommending decreasing harvest rates. And their convention was, instead of maximum sustained yield, harvest rates, that it should be lowered to half of that. So the general conclusion was that thresholds should be higher and harvest rates should be lower for forage fish in general as a precaution to protect for all other species that utilize forage fish. So that's one thing that this was referring to. The Canadian reference was in British Columbia. They've done quite a lot of modeling and simulations, and they've looked at their stocks. They look at their stocks and do an analysis for thresholds on a stock by stock basis, rather than having one threshold percentage for any given stock. They kind of look at it on each stock basis, and so they have a higher minimum threshold than 25% of pristine biomass, and they also have recommendations, or even rather stronger than that, for stocks that are low productivity or low productivity and low biomass levels. They suggest using lower harvest rates than the maximum of 20%. So that's what those statements refer to.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
And so I'm going to kind of think out loud here, which is a little scary, but I'll kind of summarize what I'm getting out of this presentation. Kind of looking at that slide 8, and there was some questions like, have you changed your methodology over the years, and how confident you guys are? Basically what I heard was the methodology hasn't changed a whole lot over the years, and you guys are pretty confident. But then I also heard, so the question is basically these last 3 years with these large biomasses, it sounds like you're going to recalculate, maybe use some different or newer methodologies, what Ms. Dressel said, because on salmon and other things, it seems like the department changes the way they count things, quite a few different times over, 20, 30-year time frame where we're not seeing here. But I guess the question is, these last 3 huge years, that's going to affect your pristine biomass and throw that number way off, I would assume. How are you going to approach that, I guess?
Madam Chair, Mr. Payton, I'm going to go ahead and defer that one to Dr. Dressel. She'll have a good answer.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Payton. Just a couple of comments to add to Kyle's going back. As far as the methodology goes, I think that one of the keys that's often brought up is that hydroacoustic surveys were used in the 70s. And yes, they were. The aerial surveys, however, have been used during the entire time period. So while hydroacoustics may have been used in one area, they were used in the area that the aerial surveys indicated that there were fish. So it's not that they were only used in part of the areas where fish were observed. And I think that that's important. The other thing is that when hydroacoustics changed over to spawn deposition surveys, there were multiple years where both methods were conducted. And in those years, they got similar results. So obviously, any methods have benefits and drawbacks, and they differ between methods. But because of that, we do have confidence that between that and also observations, that there was an increase between the 70s and the 80s. The other thing is we touched on, how confident are we that there's been an increase since the 60s? And one of the things that I'd like to note is that even in the 80s and 90s, those biomasses that you see in this plot were higher than the 70s and 80s according to ADF&G's information. So it wasn't just that there's been a single year class that's brought them above the 60s. This has actually been a trend over time. And I think that that's pretty key. As far as the last 3 years, how confident are we in those? One of the things that you'll notice is the first time that we saw this year class, which was in 2019, we were very conservative in our management because we had only seen that year class once. However, one of the benefits of herring is that you see multiple populations. And so when we do 2 types of sampling, and one is looking at the abundance of eggs, which is converted to fish, and the other one is looking at age compositions. And for 2019, 20, and 21, the age compositions showed this high year class. If you look at a whole range of stocks, like Kyle said, so we saw it in Kodiak, we saw it in Prince William Sound, we saw it in Sitka, Craig, Cashakes, Seymour. So even though in 2019 we had seen it once, we saw it in multiple places. That gave us confidence. In addition, in about 5 different places, there were abundance surveys, and they were done in they had different methods. Acoustics were used in Prince William Sound, and a different type of acoustics was used in Kodiak, and then egg surveys and aerial surveys were used in Southeast. And actually, we saw a doubling of biomass, a doubling or tripling of biomass estimates in 2019 across all those methods and across all those areas. So in addition to seeing this big proportion of H3s, we actually saw abundance go up in as well. And so both those things brought confidence. As time has gone on, we have found that, so at 2019, 2020, and 2021, we have continued to see this age class in the age compositions. And so we've seen it now multiple times. In Sitka, the estimate of this year class, the 2019 age 3 year class, in 2021 is actually fully mature. So now we actually observe the whole thing, the whole portion of that year class in our dive surveys. And so we're no longer trying to extrapolate, how much more of this population is not yet spawning. We actually, our estimates are that we saw the whole thing. And so that is why the GHL for Sitka has gone up the last 3 years, even though you'll see that from this population estimate, it was higher in 2020 and then lower in 2021. And that's just because we were conservative and we have had increased confidence over time. So as far as our confidence that this year class exists, and in the size of this year class, we have considerable confidence at this point. As far as whether this was a fluke, like Kyle mentioned, we do have the age 3 age composition in 2021. We did see considerable number of age 3 fish in 2021. So we have seen a year class that's coming in. Like he said, it is not the size of 2019, but that's a pretty high bar to compare it to. It still was one of the highest 8 recruitments since 1971. So we do have another year class that's supporting the population at this point. As far as how to estimate unfished biomass, so and this gets that was the background, but this gets directly to your point, Mr. Payton, is that when average unfished biomass was estimated in for the 1997-98 board meeting. I guess there's 2 pieces of this. One is theory. So right now, the threshold in Sitka is so if we use that average unfished biomass that was last estimated for Sitka, which was in 1998. Based on theory, that is 37% of the unfished biomass that was estimated at that time. And 37% of unfished biomass is actually, it's near what is recommended in the Lenfish report, which is 40%. It is actually higher than what is estimated in British Columbia with much more recent research. And so it is right in the realm of a conservative threshold. And same thing. Now, obviously, though, like you said, when you have, since the biomass has been increasing, there are a couple of things that go into the calculation of this unfished biomass, and that is recruitment, maturity, and natural mortality, or let's say survival. And so as those things have changed over time, obviously, the average unfished biomass will change. So average unfished biomass can change depending on the methods that you're using, which is why you want to look at a wide variety of them. But it can also change based on if those factors change. And so since survival, since survival has gone up, and since we've seen this one big recruit class as well as a couple of others in the 2000s, the absolute value of our threshold right now. So if 25,000 tons was 37% of unfished biomass estimated in that time, you are correct, Mr. Payton, that it is very likely that unfished biomass, an estimate of unfished biomass, if we used this additional, more recent information, would go up. And what that means is that the 25% threshold for Sitka would be a lower percent of unfished biomass in theory. And so what we're trying, the difficulty right now is we're dealing with two things. We're dealing with theory and the data going into it. And what you spoke to was actually was really a key point. And since we haven't done this wide range of analyses, we can't tell you how much different it would be. Is it likely that unfished biomass would go up? Yes, it is. I will, however, say that just having a single recruitment won't increase the average unfished biomass as much as, say, the biomass has changed. It will be a single data point that goes into that calculation. And I guess the last thing that I want to say is average unfished biomass, it's not a straightforward topic, but I will say that unfished biomass is essentially what would this population be if there were no fishing? And obviously, just as the population changes drastically, unfished biomass is a wide range. And so you can actually hit an unfished biomass, you can have a biomass, say, of 250,000 tons or 300,000 tons that's greater than your average unfished biomass. The question really is, how many years have you been above that? So I guess I wanted to say that average unfished biomass really truly is an average. And there is a range. And so even in the analysis that was done in 1998, 250,000 tons was part of the unfished, was like, say, a year of this unfished biomass. It's just not the average. So I guess I wanted to say that variability comes into it some.
Thank you.
One question, and we'll get to Mr. Jensen. Those studies that have been referred to, I think you said it was the Lenfest and there was a British Columbian study. What years were those published?
Sure, maybe while I'm speaking about British Columbia, Kyle can look up Lenfest. I'm guessing that Lenfest may have been 2015, 2012, but I'm not sure. The British Columbia work, they've actually been doing this work since 2010. So some of the results that you've seen started in 2010, but some of the results we actually just got a couple of weeks ago. And so their stocks, I guess just a brief overview, their stocks have thresholds that are individual by stock. They have decided that their lowest level is 30% unfished biomass for their threshold, and that's based on the productivity of Canadian stocks. And they have said that value, you really do have to evaluate that based on your stock. And Sitka is a productive stock in their terms. The other thing is that their harvest rates then range, they go together with the thresholds, but they range anywhere from 0 for some stocks all the way up to 20 for some. That's a scientific advice anyway. And those values that I'm giving you right now are the scientific advice that was given just within the last couple of months. It's not what's being implemented for management right now, but that was a science advice.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen, then Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's probably a question for Kyle. I'm just curious about bait pounds, tray packs, and fresh bait. Are any of those being prosecuted now? I know they're usually very, very small quotas, but is anybody doing any of those at this time?
I'm sure Mr. Jensen, I think you're right, that is a very low utilized fishery. There's not been much at all, and there could have been a very small amount in the recent years. And I'm going to have to defer to our management staff if they have more information on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Aaron Dupuy, Commercial Fisheries, through the chair. Mr. Jensen, the last 2 seasons we had a tray pack fishery for herring in Sitka Sound, and that's the first time that's been prosecuted in quite some time. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Aaron. That answers my question.
John?
Just a request to staff. I noticed that the slide 8 that's on the board is different than the slide 8 that was in our packet, in that it includes 2021. Would you supply that most updated version to me, please, so that I can put it into my packet? But my question is, looking at 18, it looks like the catch was pretty darn small, probably smaller than going back to 1979 or thereabouts. And then in the 2 subsequent years, there was no catch at all. Is this going to, in your opinion, somehow impact what we're looking at as far as the future of the biomass?
Madam Chair, Mr. Wood, so the very small or absent catches that you see in those years were due to marketability requirements. Basically, the fish did not meet the marketable requirements because they were because they were age 3 fish in 2019 and then age 4 fish in 2020. Those fish are young and therefore they're small. And so the commercial fishery is seeking a larger average size. We're trying to maximize the roe percent. And so in those years, there was no fishing because the herring just didn't meet the marketable needs. It was not due to a resource issue or anything like that. So that's the main reason, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, so it would be logical to conclude that somehow they've rebounded in quality so that they do meet these standards?
Madam Chair, Mr. Wood, yes, I think so. As they became age 5 fish in 2021, they of course got larger, and they were closer to the marketable minimums for the cycle fishery. And then in the coming season, they'll be age 6, so they'll be even larger, of course, and so they'll be even more marketable. So yes, that's what's happening, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other additional questions? Kyle and Dr. Dressel, thank you very much. Appreciate your time with us today. Take just a couple seconds or moments to switch over to the subsistence report. Great, thank you. Just for members' information, this PowerPoint was not included in RC3, so you don't have a copy of it, but it is based on the Subsistence Harvest and Pacific Herring Spawn in Sitka Sound, Alaska 2021 report. I believe it just summarizes some of the issues contained in the report. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Lauren Sill. I'm a subsistence resource specialist with the Department of Fish and Game. This presentation, I'm sorry we didn't have one prepared for the board for this meeting. This one is a presentation for another herring meeting that's coming up, but it should pretty well cover what's in the technical paper that you guys have before you. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them at the end. So basically, we're just going to go over a little bit the regulatory history, the current harvest assessment program, and then the results from the last harvest year, and then the planning for this upcoming one. So this is a summary of Board of Fisheries actions since the 80s. In 1989, there was a positive customary and traditional use determination made on herring stocks in District 13. Those findings were reaffirmed in 1992. In 2002, after Sitka Tribe of Alaska and others came to the board with proposals to change commercial fisheries management to deal with not having reasonable opportunity to harvest subsistence herring eggs. There were proposals for things like permits to be put on the fishery. And the result of that was that the Board of Fisheries asked Sitka Tribe of Alaska and the Department of Fish and Game to work together on a harvest monitoring program. So that was when that began, was 2002. That meeting, the board also found the amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence of herring eggs was 105,000 to 158,000 pounds. In 2009, the board revised that finding to 136,000 pounds to 227,000 pounds of herring eggs in the District 13 area. In 2012, the result of proposals brought before the board, there was a closure of the core area of Sitka Sound to commercial harvest. There is a map, I don't have one in this presentation of where the core of the closed area, but there is a map on page 40 of the technical paper. In 2015, the Federal Subsistence Board took action to close a small area of marine waters around McNaughty Island to non-federally qualified subsistence users. In 2018, the board again revisited the closed area and expanded it by, I think, 4 square nautical miles. And then 2021, you guys, as Kyle mentioned, you have some proposals before you to take action on. So the harvest monitoring program that we've been working collaboratively with Sitka Tribe of Alaska on since 2002 basically has 3 objectives. One is to conduct in-person interviews with households who harvest herring spawn from Sitka Sound. The second is to produce estimates of the total pounds of herring spawn harvested on hemlock branches, on kelp, on hair seaweed, or on other substrates. And finally, to identify locations where herring spawn are harvested. For those who are unfamiliar with the subsistence fishery, there are several ways to harvest herring eggs. One of the more popular, the more used one is to set branches or trees in the intertidal zone where herring are spawning and wait for spawn to be deposited upon the branches and then haul them out. But they can also deposit eggs on seaweed and kelp and other substrates that are already in the intertidal, and people will harvest those with the eggs. So STA and Fish and Game work to do this survey together. We come up every year before the season starts with a list of likely harvesting households. This is based on previous year's harvest of who we know harvested in past years, and just information that either STA gets or I have about people who are harvesting. It's a relatively visible activity, and so we're always adding new harvesters to the list. We also remove old harvesters if they're no longer harvesting or if they haven't been able to contact them for 3 years. There's movement in and out of Sitka. And we're also talking to anybody who's harvesting within Sitka Sound, so it's not just Sitka residents that we're looking at, but we also talk to people from wherever they come from. So some come from the Kenai or from Ketchikan or wherever it is. We will do this harvest survey with them. And basically we ask, how much did they harvest? And so the method of how they tell us it. Either they'll give us the number of pounds that they harvested because they shipped out a lot of it and so they have weights from the airlines, or if they know the overall pounds, they'll tell us pounds. But then some people also will tell us, well, I put up 4-gallon bags, or I had 2 wet lock boxes full of eggs, and that's what I harvested. So we realized that to be able to take those containers and turn them into pounds required knowing how much those containers weighed in any given year. So each year, STA does their own harvest for tribal members, and we work to process those eggs, put them in containers, weigh them, and through doing this multiple times, we come up with average weights for that year that are then used to convert any of the survey amounts to pounds. So this is the survey sample achievement since the beginning of the program in 2002. In 2010, we underwent some revisions to the methods of the harvest survey. Prior to 2010, it was not quite so focused as it is now on just talking to harvesters. We were talking also to people who were more just users of herring spawn. Since 2020, we've been trying to narrow the list down so that we're only talking to people who are actively harvesting herring eggs in any given year. 2020 was our lowest sample achievement that we had achieved ever, and there were a lot of reasons for that, not the least of which was because of COVID and the problems that came with people harvesting, because this isn't necessarily something you do on your own, you do it with other people, and so there's a lot of that. March, the herring season is in March, which was right when the governor issued his stay-at-home order, so there's a lot of, I think, uncertainty as to how that went. And then just trying to do the survey was more challenging in 2020. But in 2021, we realized that, we need probably more robust efforts to recruit people to take the survey were necessary. And so STA had a lot of Facebook posts and the radio, on the newspaper. They held a raffle for anyone who was participating in the survey. And we got a pretty good result we talked to 69 households in 2021. And have plans to do similar things for 2022 to make sure that we really are talking to everybody out there who is harvesting herring eggs. This shows estimated harvest going back to 2002 through 2021. Those are the blue bars. The dashed lines, the lower dashed line is the lower bound of the amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence, and the dotted orangish line is the higher end of the range. 2020, again, is in bright yellow, and I see you can't see 2021 because of I don't know how to fix that. I can't see it either on mine. But again, it is in this technical paper. If you want to see for 2021, it's on page, hang on a second. This is also on page 27. So 2021 was a higher harvest than 2020. It was more similar to 2019. This is showing the same thing just with the harvest effort, because there are a lot of reasons for the success or for harvest success of what goes into it, of how we end up with these harvest amounts. And part of it is certainly the number of harvesters. You can see from this graph, the number of harvesters are the dotted line. And there's been some decreases in the number of harvesters, but the decreases don't always correspond with a commensurate decrease in the harvest amount. I guess we'll talk about in a minute some of the other things that go into harvest success. Besides harvest effort, one thing that I think it's talked about a lot is that, of looking at the overall biomass of herring spawn. And there's not a really clear link between the overall size of the Sitka spawning biomass and the success of the subsistence harvest for a number of reasons. Partly it's harvest effort, and partly it's probably location of where herring are spawning. And that's this next slide, I guess I can show you. These are the places where people were harvesting herring eggs in 2021. The circles are the percent of the harvest amount from any particular area, and then the triangles are the number of respondents that were harvesting from these areas. And these are general areas. We don't get very specific down to the cove of where people were setting branches. So in 2021, the higher areas where more of the harvest came from and more of the harvesters were Middle Island, the Crow Island areas, and then the northern part of Sitka Sound by Eastern and Promisela Bays. and Magoon Islands and Hayward Strait. And I think as Board Member Jensen mentioned earlier, people harvest herring eggs where the herring are spawning. I'll come back to that one in a second. So this is what this is looking at. This is the number of cumulative spawning days in 2021. So the blue lines represent sections of shoreline that did not receive any herring spawn. The green represents areas that received 1 to 2 days of herring spawn. Yellow was 3 to 4 days, and red was 5 to 6 days. In general, harvesters say that's, it's about 3 days worth of spawning in any particular area will result in a good product that you can harvest. So areas that only receive, that only 1 or 2 days, may not be good places to, may not be places that produce much by way of a subsistence herring spawn product. In addition to needing to have the herring spawning in the area where your branches are, the location matters in terms of quality. There are places that are sandy shoreline or sandy bottoms perhaps where the sand might get mixed up into the herring eggs and you're not going to want to harvest from those areas, or there'll be windy areas with a lot of more detritus in the water that don't make for good harvesting areas. So even though all these areas on this map got decent spawn, that's not the same as I've been able to see the places where you can get good quality product out of. And I just want to go back to this one real quick. This is just showing more generally harvest locations from 2011 through 2020. The core area, the main areas where there's harvest is within the core area that is currently closed to commercial harvests. Crow Islands, South and North Middle Island, the Gavansky Islands, and Cassiana Islands have all been traditional areas that people have harvested and have produced quality subsistence products. One part about this harvest that is really unique to Sitka is the amount of sharing that goes on. Subsistence resources in general are largely shared, widely shared with family and friends. But Sitka in particular, because it is one of the main locations to get herring, subsistence herring eggs, this makes it everybody shares. So you can see from this, the worst year documented was still 55% of herring harvesters in 2015 shared their eggs with somebody. Usually it's closer to 100% of harvesting households that are giving away herring eggs. And they go all over. This is a new table, so it's not quite, I should put more information on here, but this is basically the number of households from 2011 to 2020 that have told us that they have sent eggs to these communities. So Southeast, of course, is the most common one, with 120 households have told us they've sent eggs to some other community in Southeast. But then eggs have also been sent to the YK Delta, to the Matsu, Bristol Bay, Prince William Sound, the Aleutians, interior Alaska, the Kenai, Arctic, and then outside of Alaska. And this is just the first round of sharing that we know of. When we talk to harvesters, we ask where they sent their eggs to, but we also know through other research on subsistence resources in general and herring eggs in particular, that people who receive herring eggs go on to further share those eggs with others. And so this is a minimum of where eggs travel in the state. So this is looking more closely just at the results of the 2021 harvest survey. This is showing the spawn harvest by substrate. So basically we have it on herring spawn on hemlock branches, on kelp, or on hair seaweed. The large gray portion of the pie is the herring eggs on branches. This was 95% of the harvest weight came from this substrate. The blue pie wedge is herring eggs on kelp, which represented 4% of the harvest weight, and then 1% was herring eggs on hair seaweed. And this is looking a little bit more about the distribution of harvest. So these are all the pie represents all the eggs that were the weight of all the eggs that were harvested. 8% of those eggs is the blue, the smallest slice, and those were kept for the own use of the harvester or their immediate family. The orange slice shows the percent of eggs that were shared with other households within Sitka, which is about 47% of the total harvest weight, and then 45% was shipped out of Sitka to another community. Along with asking questions just about, did you harvest herring eggs? Did you share your herring eggs? How much did you harvest? We ask a variety of assessment questions of trying to put, the study year into a broader context. and then to understand a little bit more about how the subsistence fishery occurs. So some of the questions, these are not all the assessments, I just pulled out a few of the kind of things that we ask. But so things like, what size vessel did you use to harvest herring eggs in 2021? And as you can see, most people, majority of the harvesters are using boats, less than 24 feet in length. And while this is just 2021, that's pretty common for most years, that they're not large vessels that are going out there. There are small ones, which again goes back into the discussion about locations, because small vessels, can go less farther, and then weather plays probably more of a role than it might if you were on a larger vessel going out to harvest. Another assessment we ask is, how many households do you usually harvest for? So in 2021, about 22% of households said they were harvesting for another 2 to 5 households. 28% said it was 6 to 10 households. And then we had 19% on the high end saying that they were harvesting for over 100 households. And so these are definitely some of the boats that come in from other communities, like from Hoona or Rangoon, Metlakatla or Ketchikan, that are bringing back eggs and sharing it with the entire community. And we also asked for people who either said that they harvested, for people who harvest, we asked them if they harvested less in 2021 than usual, more than in 2021, or about the same. And so for those people who said that they used more or that they used less, we asked, well, why? Why was your use? Why did you harvest more? So these are the results of that. And in 2021 was interesting. We had a bunch of new harvesters, so it was a greater harvest for them because they hadn't harvested in the past. But other reasons given was that the spawn was just good quality. The spawn was more available. Some people attribute to fishery management changes, produced a better spawn, a better harvest for them. Some just more general, it was a better year in 2021 than in the past couple of years. Then just really quickly, 2022 is coming up. Herring should be spawning sometime soon. So we're planning on doing these surveys again. We plan on getting the surveys complete by the end of June. We'll work on data analysis and through September. And then we'll write a report, and it gets reviewed internally within Fish and Game. It also gets reviewed by Sitka Tribe of Alaska and the Southeast Herring Conservation Alliance. Then we're planning on having it published by December of this year. And that concludes my presentation. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I would also ask that you RC this presentation so that it could be made available and put on the web. Thank you. Mr. Payton.
Thank you. So a question would be, on your household harvest surveys, the data you have in the publication and on this presentation, is that the actual numbers you've gotten from the survey, or do you extrapolate? I guess, is there any type of extrapolation of the unknown? Like what percentage of harvest of these eggs do you think you're catching in the survey, and or do you extrapolate from there?
Through the chair, Member Payton, yes, we do. We estimate harvest. So we have the reported harvest, but we know that there are people that we are missing for whatever reason, that we don't have good contact phone number for them. They were unavailable to do the survey at the time that we were trying to reach them, or some other reasons. So we do estimate based on the overall list that we come up with in the beginning of the year of who we think are potential harvesters. So based on that and the number of people we actually talk to we estimate. My guess is that we are probably missing some of the smaller harvesters. I think we're probably missing some of the harvesters that are only harvesting on kelp. But for the majority of the big harvesters and the majority of the harvest rate, I do think that we are speaking with them.
Do you have any estimate for what you might be, or do you have an enumeration for what you might not be capturing?
So the only way we can test this at the moment is through their spawn on kelp permits. And so the last few years, at least, the amounts returned on the permits have been higher than the amounts that we've been estimating through the survey by maybe 1,000 pounds or 2,000 pounds, depending on the year.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it when we get one with color graphs in it so you can tell the difference between what you're looking at. My question is, there was no spawn on branches harvested off the beach, like out by Halibut Point or anywhere along the Sitka shoreline? There was just nobody participated in, or was there no spawn?
I believe there was some spawn. We did not speak with anyone who did, so I can't say for sure that absolutely no one got any, especially like for their gardens or anything else, but no one that we were able to speak to in the survey had said they harvested from shore, which is unusual. Most years we do have at least a couple people.
Okay, thanks. I've been in and out of Sitco during the herring time for quite a few years, and I remember it was predominantly beach. Now I see it's predominantly smaller boats and people going out and doing that. So, thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would help me at least if indeed what you're presenting is somewhere within the tabs of this 6-inch book, that you give me a tab number when you begin your presentation so I can turn to the appropriate page. But apparently you're going to be submitting it, through this. I have two questions. One does, and I've seen most of the slides you did in some other presentations, but is there any data that you've collected that shows the history of the harvest broken down into those by community boats as opposed to individual harvesters?
So we do have that information. I don't have it on a slide or in the report right now, but I know that we have that information since about 2009, I think, is when we were looking at the more of the community harvester boats. So I could get that information for you. I just don't have it at my fingertips.
Would you please do so?
Sure.
And then the second area of concern that I have is on your survey. You seem like you're doing an extremely thorough job on the people that are actually harvesting, that 8% threshold. However, we're not getting data from the second tier, third tier, fourth tier, how many tiers there might be to make decisions. And where that comes into play is that, and boy, don't quote me on this, but I think the approval rating or satisfaction rate was at 87% on your last survey as to the harvesters. I don't know if that carries into the next tiers down the road, because if somebody that has historically been a second tier or a third tier receiver is not getting what they need, we wouldn't see that through the survey mechanisms you're currently using. So I don't know how you go about doing it, but I would try at least to follow up on samples or something so that we get some data from the users down the line.
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, yes, I agree. Because we are limited to only talking to harvesters, and because herring eggs do go throughout the state, it's a logistical challenge of how do you follow through to find out where people are in any given year. And we do have some information about use of herring eggs generally, because our division does household community comprehensive harvest surveys in a variety of communities throughout the state, and we do ask about herring eggs, but we don't ask other follow-up questions like, did your eggs come from Sitka Sound or maybe from Togiak or Craig? So we are limited in what we can do, but I agree it is important and something that we need to look at.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm kind of going to echo Mr. Wood's comments. And how do you estimate your survey response rate without, I guess, what is your survey response rate over the last 10, 15 years? And do you have a slide to show that?
So the closest we have is the slide that says what our sample is, which is there. I'm trying to think if it says in the report as well. Table 2 on page 11 gives a little more information about the number of surveyed households and how many of those attempted to harvest. So
that was page 11?
Yes. But usually I want to say that our harvest, we talk to anywhere from, depending on the year, like 50 to 75% of the people that we think are out there harvesting. The list has, our household list has gone back from 2002, and so it's ever evolving. With people being removed because they have either moved on from the fishery, moved out of Sitka, and have told us they're no longer fishing because we can't contact them anymore, phone numbers have gone bad or whatever, and then we add new people that come on because we either see them out there harvesting, people tell us about them, other harvesters that we talk to say, oh, so-and-so is out harvesting, and they'll get added to our list. Or through things like what STA did last year of having a raffle saying, let us know you're harvesting, you'll enter into this raffle, and so we get new names that way. And it is a relatively visible, it's confined, right? It's a relatively short period of time in which people are doing it. It's within Sitka Sound, and it's a relatively visible activity.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the information.
Okay, thank you.
So it's just about 1:45, 1:46.
Excuse me?
Oh, Mr. Rutz. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Robin, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will make sure that a copy of that presentation is in your notebooks, and that presentation is now online. I do apologize. We weren't planning on doing a presentation at this meeting, so that's why they're not in your book. I do apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. It is just about 1:45. I think what I'd like to do is to begin public testimony after the lunch break. So we'll come back at 1:30 and begin public testimony. I'd like to begin with remote public testimony, and once that concludes, we'll begin with the in-person public testimony. So
1:30.
1:30. We'll be back. Thank you.
Chair, this is Sika doing an audio check. Anybody copy?
Yep, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, folks, thank you. Welcome back. We're about to begin public testimony portion of the hearing session. Before we do so, I'm going to read just a couple notes on record copies and then some instructions for public testimony since we're doing it a little bit differently this time. With respect to record copies, I just would like to note that the board encourages the public to submit written comments on specific proposals. Written public comments limited to 10 single-sided or 5 double-sided pages in length when submitted before deliberation of proposals begin from any one individual or group will be accepted as a record copy, otherwise known as an RC. Individuals who are not attending the meeting can submit written comments by fax to 907-465-6094 or email to dfg.bof.comments@alaska.gov. Once deliberation of proposals begin at each board meeting for each session, the board will only accept written public comments that are not more than 5 single-sided pages or the equivalent double-sided pages, unless specific information is requested by the board that requires more pages than allowed under the standard. As a practical matter, comments submitted before the board begins deliberations on relevant proposals are likely to receive less consideration than comments submitted earlier. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic and in an effort to reduce close interactions for this meeting, anyone wishing to submit written materials may do so through email. Board support will be making limited copies for board members. And again, the email to submit written comments or record copies is dfg.bof.comments@alaska.gov. With no exception, all materials which are to be submitted to the board for its consideration must be presented to the record keeper for distribution. Do not give documents to board members directly, as those documents will be handed back to you to submit for the record. All documents received at this board meeting will be assigned a log number, again called an RC, and recorded in the logbook. The original of all the written materials submitted will be retained for permanent record of the board. Some instructions on how we're going to do public testimony for this particular meeting. The board has called for public testimony on the numerous proposals before us. The board appreciates the interest and concern of those who will testify during the public hearing, as well as those who have taken the time to submit written materials to the board and those who will participate in the board's committee process. There is a handout at the back on the table entitled Guidelines for Public Testimony that provides some useful information on testifying. Those of you who wish to testify have already signed up through the registration and given confirmation of the approximate time your name is called. The current testimony list for this session is posted around the room, and it will be updated. Due to our shift in meeting location out of Southeast, the board is set to hear remote testimony from stakeholders in the Southeast communities. The deadline to register for all remote testimony was March 3rd. In order to provide those individuals with some certainty on when they may speak, we are starting with them first, and then we will begin the in-person testimony portion. When your name is called, please come forward to the microphone and state your name for the record and whom you represent. If you have any written materials for the board, you should identify these materials by RC number, PC number, or AC number. The chair will provide the board members an opportunity to get the paperwork before them, and that time will be charged to the person or the advisory committee representative who is testifying. At this meeting, the public will be given 3 minutes each to testify. Advisory committees and regional advisory council representatives will be given 10 minutes. When you begin your testimony, the green light on the table will come on. Once you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on, and when your time is up, a red light will come on, and you'll be instructed to stop speaking, even if you are not done with your testimony. When you have finished, please remain seated so that board members may ask you any questions. For those testifying remotely, the timer will sound when your time is up, and I ask you to please conclude your comments as quickly as you can, or you will be cut off. We ask that you confine your oral testimony to the subjects under consideration in as concise and direct a manner as possible. It is the intent of the board to deal with the merits of the proposals based on the general principles used by the board. The board does not deal in personalities. Thus, public testifiers are admonished not to refer by name to any person, any staff member, or any board member. If you're an advisory committee and regional advisory council representatives and have not registered and selected a public testimony time, please register and indicate when you wish to provide your public testimony. Please note which advisory committee you are representing and be prepared to describe the general membership of your committee. Confine your testimony to the position the committee took on a particular issue and give minority opinions of the committee, if any. If you wish to provide your own personal testimony and have not indicated so during registration, please indicate it on the registration and inform our regional coordinator desk. If your name is called and you are not present to testify, a second call will be made. Second calls are generally, emphasis on generally, made after the midday and evening breaks, however may occur at different intervals. If you receive a first call in the morning, you will get your second call in the afternoon prior to any of the other first calls. If you receive your first call in the afternoon, you will get your second call first in the evening after the dinner break if the board holds an evening session. If the board next meets in the morning, you'll get your second call first in the morning. If you miss both of your first and second calls, you will not be able to testify at this meeting. And for the purposes of this session, Second calls for remote testimony will be done right after the break between the remote and the in-person testimony. So we'll take a short break after the remote testimony concludes, and just prior to the in-person testimony beginning, we'll do second calls for remote testimony. The Board of Fisheries considers the allocation criteria when taking action on proposals which may affect allocation. The public is encouraged to reference elements of the allocation criteria in its oral testimony and written comment to the board if applicable. Copies of the criteria are available on the board's webpage for the Southeast meeting or from the executive director. Any questions? Mr. Wood.
I was listening to undivided attention, but I'd ask it also to go forward. When you come up to testify, if you're addressing a specific proposal or RC, please say it on record so we can follow with you.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and begin with remote testimony for session 1, herring proposals. We'll start with Sitka, and the first name on my list is Crystal Duncan.
They're straight ahead.
Yeah, I'm talking to the board.
IHBU Kadua Sam Napatsiti. Take a Yahat Shana Hitaway Hanaka Hidi. Shika Bika Nawat. Kipseti Yadi Hatsati. Kinedi Dashkana Yahat. Wushkitan Dashkana Yahat. My name is Crystal Duncan, or Kayeki. I come from a matrilineal society, which is to say I follow my mother's lineage. Like her, an eagle brown bear from the Valley House, which originates in Egan. To honor my paternal roots, I acknowledge I'm the child of a raven frog people in Sitka, the maternal grandchild of the raven dog salmon people of Angoon, and the paternal grandchild of the eagle shark people of Hoona. I was born and raised here in Sitka. As a subsistence harvester, I know how important herring eggs are to my community. You will hear from some comments and some testifiers that we trade our herring eggs all around the state as if this were a bad thing. I'd like to remind the board that our customary and traditional trade is protected by law, and that we wouldn't have to do so much of it if herring hadn't been staying almost irreparably around Southeast Alaska from Ketchikan's Lynn Canal. Earlier this week, my mom sent a text to the Duncan family group that said, Tuesday, made a food dinner. Let me know how many are coming. Fish patties, herring eggs, rice, berries, dry fish, potatoes. This isn't uncommon. I come from a subsistence household. Our food resources are processed so that they could be used year-round. This is our way of life, hakus tea. This is what can feel like small remnants of what otherwise is a disrupted culture. Herring eggs, once abundantly available, are now a delicacy largely limited to Sitka. As a steward of these lands and waters around Sitka, I came today to put my testimony in the public record. This resource needs appropriate intervention so it's protected for use by my immediate family, but even more importantly, so that 7 generations from now, those subsistence users can send an invitation text like my mom, inviting folks to come together and become one around a dinner table. Someone once said, for those to whom much is given, much is required. Today I'm lending my voice to our yow, our herring. We have a responsibility to this important part of our ecosystem. And it is because of this that I must strongly and fervently oppose the proposals to require permits or to strike the subsistence priority language from the regulations and oppose any action that would expand the scope of the commercial fishery. The loud seine boats target the largest females, disrupting the reliability of the spawn, both in terms of timing and location of the spawn, opposed to the traditional subsistence practice. That is why I support STA's proposals 156, 157, and 158, because they would result in more herring being left in Sitka Sound where they belong. Cheers for hearing my words.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Duncan? Seeing none, appreciate your being with us today. Chandler O'Connell.
Permission to chair, I will say, standing. Hello, my name is Chandler O'Connell, and I am representing myself. I submitted PC 069. It has my thoughts and proposals and 2 attachments that I hope you will consider. These are proposals 156, 157, and 158 from Sitka Tribe of Alaska. These are reasonable steps to respectively conserve the herring when they are at lower abundance and to increase protections for older fish, given their importance to population health and spawning. Please oppose proposals 159, 160, 161, 164, and 165. Together, I think these proposals would weaken protections for subsistence rights, increase barriers for the subsistence harvest of herring eggs, which has been practiced sustainably since time immemorial, and would in various ways increase commercial pressure on the herring population. I was born in Sitka and I am raising my 2 kids here. Much of my household's income comes from commercial salmon, black cod, and halibut fisheries, all dependent on herring. Sitka waits eagerly for herring season each year. Boats of all stripes rejoice in years when there are more fish. People are disappointed in years when the sound feels quieter. Many of us, beyond the ups and downs of various seasons, worry about the precarious nature of this last holdout of herring in Southeast. As you are making decisions on specific proposals, I hope you will keep in mind the broader context, including these points. Herring today, even if contemporarily high, are drastically reduced from what used to exist, both in quantity and almost certainly in genetic diversity, increasing population vulnerability. Despite the hard work of ADFG biologists, there is a lot that the current management model cannot tell us, including what the impacts of climate change will be on this critical forage fish. 10 of the 11 sapro fisheries that have existed in Southeast are gone. None of the sapro herring fisheries that have collapsed in Alaska have come back. Indigenous people have an inherent right to practice their way of life, an inherent right to continue harvesting and sharing the staple food. But there are many years in recent history where the minimum amount necessary for subsistence has not been reached. Canada announced just in December the closure of most of their commercial herring fisheries and that they were dropping the harvest rate to 10% in the Strait of Georgia. The reason given? Intensified risks to wild salmon, a challenge that does not stop at the border. And by my very rough count, we received well over 170 comments in favor of herring conservation. I think it is easy to have a false sense of security that things will keep on keeping on, but there is so much at stake for ecosystem, for culture, for sovereignty, for food security, for the broader economy, and we're playing for keeps. Please take action for conservation this week and do all you can to increase abundance for future generations. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Chandler. Are there any questions? Good timing. Appreciate your testimony today. Alexis Jenkins.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexis Jenkins. I represent myself. I support proposals 156, 157, and 158 put forth by the Sitka Tribe of Alaska, and oppose proposals 159 through 166 put forth by the industry. I live on the lands of the Shikukwan. I love my home. It's beautiful and bountiful. It exists this way because of 10,000 years of indigenous management long before the state of Alaska and the Department of Fish and Game were created. I'm too young to remember a time when herring was so abundant that they spawned a foot deep on beaches in town. I've read about those times before the commercial fisheries. I've listened to elders speak. I've read about the collapses of the other sapro fisheries. Their names demand to be heard. Cashakes, Cat Island, West Bend Canal, Ernest Sound, Hobart Bay, Chatham Strait, Seymour Canal, Kuna Sound, Tenakee Inlet, Off Bay, Lynn Canal, Icy Strait, Yakutat Bay, all gone. What an incalculable loss. ADF&G continues to say that the Sitka herring population is healthy, despite thousands of years worth of indigenous science showing the opposite. The department announced the largest ever guideline harvest level this year, just a few months after publicly admitting that their antiquated 1998 model for pristine average unfished biomass needs an overhaul. Sitka Tribe updated that model with modern data just last month. Please read it. They submitted it as a comment. The updated model shows that the Sitka sapro fishery has been operating far below the minimum recommended biomass threshold of 25%, which is a serious concern for sustainability and echoes what subsistence users have been saying for decades. The sacro fishery is inherently wasteful. It causes needless death when there are alternative, more sustainable harvest methods. This fishery does not benefit the majority of Alaskans. It puts profit before people and is causing irreparable harm to our ecosystem. Management should be returned to the sovereign native peoples of Tlingit Ani, who have the knowledge and ability to steward the fisheries so that our children and grandchildren may know what abundance means. But today, at the very least, please approve Sitka Tribe's proposals for conservative management and reject the industry's proposals that attack subsistence rights and seek to expand the already unsustainable fishery. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Any questions for her? Appreciate your testimony today. Eric Jordan.
Bill, don't see Eric.
Thank you. Is Anna Laffrey available?
Anna Laffrey, representing myself. Please support proposals 156, 157, and 158. These common sense measures promote herring abundance. Please oppose proposals 159 through 166. These proposals cater to overseas markets and would harm local people's subsistence lifeways with undue burdens like forced permitting. As a young person, I see that the status quo of state resource management is stifling our potential. Our food systems, economic health, and social cultural well-being will benefit from every single herring that stays in the ocean. There is not any economic motive to conduct a sacro herring fishery. This fishery costs the state more money to conduct than it generates revenue. So the state is losing money by opening this fishery. Industry proposals like cooperative permitting would allow for consolidation of labor and profits. This could mean fewer jobs in our community. By fishing herring year after year, we are pushing our precious ecosystem to the brink. And state management is incredibly young. By the time the state calculated its pristine biomass estimates, the reduction fisheries of the 1800s had already wiped out whole populations of herring across Southeast. In meetings this year, ADF&G biologists said that they do not know how combinations of these herring proposals might impact our ecosystem. And the department has said that it does not have the resources to manage a more complicated fishery. While our local Tlingit people call upon thousands of years of experience managing herring abundance, the state wields about 40 years of data. The state's modeling process does not satisfy the local community because the fishery does not serve us. Why should people have faith when the same governing body has collapsed more than a dozen herring fisheries in our region using the same management regime? The Sitka Tribe of Alaska's lawsuit told the government that it does not have tribal consent to conduct an opening on herring. Yet in recent herring fishing years, the guideline harvest level for herring has been raised and raised to record levels, over 40,000 tons this year. I believe the state's management of herring violates many provisions of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, including Articles 19 and 20, which state that states shall conduct and cooperate in good faith with the Indigenous peoples and obtain their free, prior, and informed consent before making such decisions that impact our keystone species. And that Indigenous people have the right to maintain and develop their own political, economic, and social systems and engage freely in all their traditional and other economic activities.
Ms. Laffrey, do you
Please
have a
abide by
concluding
these
statement?
provisions and fulfill the thoughtful requests submitted by the Sitka Tribe of Alaska. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Laffrey? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Just one question. I have not read all the laws you were citing, but you're obviously familiar with them. Is there any circumstance under what you're citing that the commercial fishery would be allowed, in your opinion?
Not in my opinion, no.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that the Sitka Tribe's lawsuit is expressing that there is no tribal consent for the government to be fishing this resource how it is, and this United Nations Declaration requires certain procedures to be followed, which the state is not following before conducting an opening each year or before altering the conditions of the fishery, as it does.
Ron Blake. Is Mr. Blake present?
Ron Blake. Don't see Ron.
How about Andrew Toms?
Hello, I'm Andrew Jones. I'm Executive Director of Sitka Conservation Society and Secretary of the Sitka Fishing Game Advisory Committee. Y'all got the minutes I put together from our meetings in Sitka, so my apologies for any confusion or difficulties in those. We had a lot of proposals that we went over, and hope that y'all can make sense of those. Today I'm testifying with my hat on of the Sitka Conservation Society. You have our official comments in your packet, PC 327, and you can read our official position there. One thing I'd like to know and call your attention to also is the Sitka Fishing Game Advisory Committee's letter requesting more investment in research and modeling and data collection and staffing for the sacro fishery here in Sitka. After hearing a lot of the deliberations on the herring proposals in Sitka and finding that we didn't quite have the information that we wanted as an advisory committee, we all worked together to write that letter to make the specific request on what was needed. I think that went out to our governor and our elected officials here in Sitka, but I hope y'all can take a look at that and do anything that you can to help get those resources to ADF&G. Outside of our comments that we made, that we submitted to you, you have in the packet, I think the only thing I'd say is that as a 16-year resident here in Sitka doing work on natural resource management and fisheries and forestry and salmon habitat and salmon fisheries, I just become increasingly uncomfortable with the herring fishery over the years. The other herring fisheries around the region that don't exist anymore, the population dynamics, the uncertainty, the fact that we have a super high abundance right now and we really don't know why that happened. And it also corresponds with years when we weren't fishing the fishery. I think that the herring are much more valuable in the water for the rest of the ecosystem and to serve for feeding the other fish that are more valuable and more lucrative fisheries. And the fact that we take 10% of the fish for the marketable product and the other 90% of the fish are used as pig food or fish farm food or ground up or just thrown away makes me very uncomfortable. So the fishery, I want to believe that it can happen, but there's so much uncertainty and the market conditions don't seem to be favorable for it in the long run. And for me personally, at this point, after observing that fishery for the 16 years I've lived here in Sitka and worked in natural resource management, I'm more and more feeling that the herring are better left in the water and feeding the other fish that are providing more jobs and opportunities for the rest of the sectors. Good luck with all the proposals, and please consult our organization's comments and the standings of the Sitka Fishing Game Advisory Committee and the input that we've given.
Thank you, Mr. Toms. Are there any questions from board members? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charles Skoltka?
Good afternoon. I'm here today to speak on herring in the Sitka area. I've been a resident of Sitka for 63 years. I've been a resident of Alaska for 77 years. And of the 77 years that I've lived here, I've probably participated in more than 70 years specifically eating herring eggs. When I was a child growing up in Heidelberg, we used to go to Craig and harvest eggs there. and there was virtually miles and miles and miles of herring. And through the years, the refinery fishery got so intense that it virtually killed off pretty much most of Southeast Alaska's volume. And now that we're back into a harvest mode where we're taking roe from herring, as a subsistence user, I see room for improvement. I'm a former permit holder. I held a permit from 1971 to 2014, and the state decided to take my permit away from me and give it to somebody else. I'm looking at a quota of 45,000 tons to be harvested commercially here this year. And of those 45,000 tons, if they're 10% herring, that says there will be 4,500 tons of eggs, 9 million pounds of eggs come out of Sitka Sound this year. I would ask that people be more conservative in throwing quotas out there of this sort. We've had 2 quotas that were in the 20,000 ton plus range, and the people didn't manage to catch them because of size is what I hear. But bottom line is this, even those quotas were really, really high enough to impact all the fisheries on the herring, not just the sacro, it's the bait, it's just plain old sport, whatever it is. When we first started fishing roe herring in Sitka Sound, we had a 700-ton quota, and we managed to get it. I think we had like 3 miles of spawn. I've watched through my years the spawn go all the way up to 104 miles at one time. I didn't really catch last year's total amount, but bottom line is those high years made people make quotas that were much higher than we started out with. And as we've gone along incrementally with higher spawn depositions, I have problems with how they determine how much herring was there, how much eggs were spawned.
Mr. Skolka.
All by diving, doing transects and what have you.
Mr. Skolka, can you please conclude your comments?
It's impossible to judge, and I say the linear miles is a great way of seeing how many herring have spawned. And having the divers around do their transects, and then they bring their data up, and they measure how thick in a 2x2 area. Herring, am I done?
Finisher.
Mr. Skolka, you've exceeded your time. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for him?
Interrupted me right in the middle of my speech.
Sorry.
No, you're not. That's not cool. I have a lot to say.
Remind folks to please place yourself on the records and then begin your testimony. Thank you.
My name is Muriel Reed, and I'm representing myself. Cha'adeh Kwa'yechat I'Iya'ach Hu'U'i I'I Fingit Tuch Matru Muriel Reed Yuchat Duasak Kiksari Machat Sati Kawantan Dachhan Irish Yadi Sheet Kach Yechat Huzati Ha'e Hikat Yohan Wasa Kriyana Ya Ayagayane Agayana Yispa Kuyach Ayzige with Iru Uhan with Fingit Chassati Tuas Kach Ya Atmine Klech Ach Da Ya Kushke Klech Ha Khede Kulish Ach Kuch. I support 156, 157, and 158, and oppose 159, 160, 161, 163, 164, and 165.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Reed? Appreciate your testimony today. Caitlin Stiles?
My name is Caitlin Stiles, and I'm representing myself. Kikiu hatu sau kikai hatiti shit ka kwanda kahacha shana hatiti kagwantanda shan ayhat. I am Kiksadi of the Jumping Herring House in Sitka and a Kagwantan granddaughter. I am also a citizen of STA and Tlingit Haida and a herring protector. I'm also a PhD student at the University of California, Davis in Native American and Indigenous Studies. I strongly support proposals 156, 157, and 158 submitted by Sitka Tribe of Alaska. These proposals reflect thoughtful management practices that will promote multi-species resiliency and population resiliency. Herring are a foundation of our Tlingit lifeways and hold deep cultural meaning. Kiksadi women are known as Kahat Jasha, herring ladies, through our oral histories, instructing us of our responsibilities to herring. Herring are also the foundation of our oceans as a keystone species, with salmon, whales, seabirds, and other wildlife depending on them. Tlingit peoples have stewarded and managed these waters successfully for thousands of years before the state of Alaska existed, creating complex relationships with herring to ensure mutual survival. Anthropologist Dr. Thomas Thornton calls this the Tlingit Haida herring cultivation complex, which includes spawning initiation protocols to attract herring to spawn, habitat protection and habitat cultivation, such as placing hemlock branches, selective harvest, such as leaving some branches for eggs to hatch, and transplantation of eggs to new areas or to restore old areas. I'd also like to state that the state of Alaska is in violation of several articles of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, if their management practices do not change to acknowledge Indigenous sovereignty. For example, Article 26 states that Indigenous peoples have the right to the lands, territories, and resources which they have traditionally owned or occupied, and that states shall give legal recognition and protection to these resources, and that such recognition shall be conducted with respect to the customs, traditions, and land tenure systems of Indigenous peoples. I believe the adoption of proposals 156, 157, and 158 would begin to acknowledge these rights. In addition, I strongly oppose proposals 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, and 165. The effects of these proposals combined could be devastating, and they lack respect for subsistence harvesters and Indigenous science.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. Your time is up. Are there any questions for Caitlin? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you. Victor Wong.
Thank you. Dear Chair, Carlson, Underwood, and Waterfish members, thank you for providing an opportunity for remote testimony. My name is Victor Wong, and I oppose proposals 156, 157, and 158. And I support 159 and 160. I moved to Sitka 5 years ago. It's going to be 6 soon. Pursuing and continuing going on with my IT career. I enjoy this community a lot, and I have no plans to leave anytime soon. The demand for housing is high and very competitive. The cost of living is challenging. To learn that any changes to the fisheries management plan could mean less time at my job and my earnings will have a significant impact and change my quality of life. It is not cheap to be a Sitkan, and I don't want to leave. I believe in the science-based and sustainable management of the Sitka Sac Row herring fishery by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Are there any questions from board members? Appreciate your testimony today. Michael Duckworth?
Good afternoon, Board of Fish members. My name is Michael Duckworth, Jr., and I oppose herring proposals 156, 157, and 158. I support herring proposals 159 and 160. I'm here on behalf of myself as a third-generation seafood industry worker. Sustainability of all Alaska seafood is a major part of fishermen's livelihood, but also a major part of my family's livelihood and others like me who work on shore. The herring population is the largest on record, and we can thank the Department of Fish and Game for their science-based sustainable management, ensuring a future for myself, my family, and future generations of seafood workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duckworth. Any questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Devin Calvin?
My name is Devin Calvin, and I'm representing myself. I've lived on the homelands of the Tlingit people for 40 years. I'm tremendously grateful for the privilege to harvest wild food and to share it with friends, family, and visitors alike. I'm also grateful for the teachings of Tlingit culture, which emphasize having the utmost respect for one's food, with humility and restraint. As a deckhand on commercial fishing boats, I clean salmon and pay a great deal of attention to the contents of what these fish are eating, because this determines what gear we use and how we fish. When I peer into the belly of the king salmon, it gives us just the merest glimpse into the complexity of the marine ecosystem, how everything is related to everything else, above and below sea level. In 1936, commercial salmon fishermen knew something, that in order to conserve the wild king salmon, we must protect the herring. As trawler Anton Simonson stated, quote, "We cannot talk king salmon without talking herring, because herring is the principal food of the king salmon." It is common knowledge among trawlers in Southeast Alaska that where there are no herring to be found, there are no salmon to be caught. I haven't been fishing long enough to see with my own eyes the decline of herring and king salmon. So I listen to what elder fishermen are saying, that both used to be much more abundant, that the king salmon were huge and their bellies were full of herring, that vast schools of herring used to mass in places that they are now not. It was nearly 40 years ago that the second Cockshakes and third Hawk Bay Lynn Canal largest herring populations collapsed due to overfishing. I, like many small-scale fishermen, am deeply concerned that continuing to overfish the herring in Sitka Sound based on a single species maximum sustained yield model will lead to similar tragic outcomes for the salmon we rely on for food, for the marine mammals that support ecotourism, and for the native people of Tlingit Ani, to whom the herring are everything. I'm writing today in support of proposals 156, 157, and 158 brought forth by the Sitka Tribe of Alaska, which would lead to safer, adaptive, ecosystem-based management of one of the last vibrant herring populations in Southeast Alaska. I strongly oppose proposals 159, 160, 161, 163, 164, and 165 submitted by the Sac Row industry, as these threaten and impede the subsistence harvest of herring eggs on branches. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Calvin. Any questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Ben Healy. Not present?
Don't see him, no.
Okay, thank you. That concludes Sitka. Let's move to Haynes. And Nancy Keenan Haynes. Okay, moving to Juneau. Kathy Needham. Is Juneau online?
Oh, she's moving in right now.
Is Juneau online?
Kathy Needham is on the line.
Welcome, Kathy. Please put yourself on the record and begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Kathy Needham, and I'm here today representing the Southeast Alaska Regional Advisory Council to the Federal Subsistence Board. I currently serve as the vice chair and have been a member of the council since my first appointment in 2009. Our council provided written comments in a letter to the Alaska Board of Fish on December 1st, 2021, which may be found in the meeting materials as PC 334. One of the council's duties, aside from making recommendations on federal fish and wildlife regulatory proposals that are before the Federal Subsistence Board, includes reviewing resource management plans that may impact critical subsistence resources. Board of Fish and Board of Game regulatory proposals fall under this purview of our work. The council discussed and commented on 20 Board of Fish proposals. These comments are spread throughout your 3 meeting sessions, and I will provide oral testimony only on proposals that fit within each session. This means I will testify before you again in sessions 3 and 4, and I plan on traveling to Anchorage for session 3 so that I may testify in person on the bulk of the council's comments for salmon, personal use, sport, and subsistence proposals. For this current session regarding herring proposals in Southeast Alaska, the Southeast Regional Advisory Council provided comments for only one proposal, number 161, and those comments may be found on page 3 of our letter. The council opposes proposal 161, which would require a subsistence fishing permit to harvest herring roe on benches in Sitka Sound area. The council believes this is an unnecessary burden for subsistence users who have such a limited harvest capability. I would add that comments at our RAC meetings informed us that there are few harvesters, and those harvesters harvest for multiple families throughout the region and beyond. The permitting burden would be placed on those subsistence users, and it would greatly outweigh the amount of information that might be received from implementation of this regulatory proposal. At this time, this concludes my comments, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Needham. Are there any questions? I appreciate your testimony today and look forward to hearing from you again at subsequent sessions. Stephanie Masterman. Moving on to Barbara Blake.
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead, Barbara.
Good day. My name is Wafal Girak, or Barbara Blake, and I am testifying on behalf of the Alaska Corporation, where I sit as a board of director. I'm testifying in opposition to Proposal 161 requiring a permit for subsistence harvest of herring roe. I've been fed herring eggs since I was old enough to consume food. Our family was blessed to receive eggs when we lived as far away as Eagle River, Anchorage, and Fairbanks. My grandmother would receive eggs from a traditional gatherer in Sitka and redistribute to our family, to include my mother, all in order to feed my brother and I, as my grandmother wanted us to remain rooted in our culture even if we weren't located in Southeast. This link is critical in who we are and the culture and traditions that have been passed along for thousands of years. These traditions aren't just sustenance, they are a part of our spirituality, our connection to our ancestors, our rites of passage. They are interconnected to our every way of being. My personal history receiving these priceless nutrients is common amongst our community. A 2021 ADFMG subsistence study showed that 92% of our eggs are shared outside the harvester's household. This is consistent with other studies showing that between 85 to 92% of the eggs are shared outside. This sharing tradition is fundamental to our culture. Sharing is what binds us all together. It also teaches and cements cultural norms and personal values. Because so many of us are scattered these days, it is one of the strongest surviving links that keeps our people grounded and together. It is also directly connected to our spirituality, and we know that if we do not share what we have, the ability to share, then we will not have similar blessings in the future. It is unreasonable to ask the harvester to bear the regulatory burdens of a permit when Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian throughout Alaska are the actual beneficiaries. The harvester receives no tangible benefits or compensation whatsoever by sharing the eggs. The harvester is only performing his or her role in an age-old cultural tradition. It would be like telling people you now have to have a permit to go to church. Moreover, an individual permit requirement would fundamentally change this fishery from a communal tradition to an individual fishery, which would cause enormous cultural harm. Beyond deeply affecting our culture, ADF&G's 2021 report on the subsistence fishery makes clear a permit requirement would represent a step backwards in the scope and quality of information that ADF&G currently gathers on egg harvest. Therefore, in our view, the board's choice is between a voluntary, functioning, and comprehensive monitoring program that reflects an appropriate degree of state-tribal cooperation and that produces its information on a timely basis, or a mandatory culturally and spiritually hostile permit program that produces only a portion of the information currently being provided by the monitoring program. Again, Sea Alaska is against Proposal 161 and recommends a no vote, and I'm here for questions if you have any.
Any questions? Hawaganis Chief Wahagidak for testimony today. Joe Nelson.
Madam Chair, Joe Nelson, Sea Alaska Board Chair. I'm from Occoquan and Juneau. I'm just going to ask my colleague Wahagidak the no on permitting, no on Proposal 161. Sea Alaska has 23,000 shareholders, and they're all deeply connected to this place. I was born there in Sitka 50 years ago and raised in Yakutat. I'm a Tequidi, a brown bear, Oscar Cornretti, Charles the Humpback salmon people, and we literally are salmon people. And in Yakutat, we've got a small run every now and then. So I grew up with herring eggs my entire life. And thank you to the herring protectors, but a bigger thank you to all the providers who are out there harvesting and practicing our way of life to this day. Herring eggs are the original soul food. They're going to show up here in a little bit, and when they show up, they're going to spread faster than Omicron across all of our communities here. There's nothing more healing than a plate of herring eggs and a bowl of sea oil. And as a group-oriented, collectivist people, there's something bigger going on here with the herring eggs, and hopefully we're going to continue to have the harvests at levels that we're not needing to wrestle with this type of competitiveness about it, because the way we approach it, it's just so fundamental to our way of life that it's something that is just common sense for us as Indigenous people. So we're encouraging you to protect the original people, protect our original foods, and to vote no on adding more permitting regulations on top of our way of life here. Go Chief.
Are there any questions for Mr. Nelson? Ms. Chief, for your testimony today. Adam Kirsch.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Adam Kirsch, and I'm a white medical anthropologist from the University of California, Davis. Today I'm calling in from Occoquan to speak in support of proposals 156, 157, and 158. And I oppose proposals 159, 160, 161, 163, 164, and 165. I lived in Sitka for a year to conduct research for my dissertation, and while I was in Sitka, I had the opportunity to learn from Tlingit elders, culture bearers, and other experts on a variety of topics, chief among them being issues surrounding the herring egg harvesting and commercial fishing. I was also blessed to have the opportunity to participate in the harvest for herring eggs and the powerful efforts of the herring protectors in 2021. I got to witness firsthand the immense importance of herring eggs to people in Sitka and people from across Tlingit Ani. I saw the massive disparity between the small amount that herring egg harvesters take relative to the large-scale commercial fishing operations. I also saw how to one group of people, these eggs were simply a commercial product, and to others, they have massive spiritual and cultural significance and feed many in the community. Part of my work as a medical anthropologist is engaging with what's sometimes called traditional ecological knowledge. The proposals that I'm speaking in support of today are informed by this kind of ecological knowledge and informed by the perspectives of Tlingit people speaking about a place that has been their home since time immemorial. Following my colleagues, mentors, and friends in Sitka, I strongly urge Alaska Department of Fish and Game to adopt these proposals. I also urge the Alaska Department of Fish and Game to work to incorporate traditional ecological knowledge into their policies and practices in Southeast and across the state. Scholarship and scientific publications on traditional ecological knowledge demonstrate the immense benefit and importance of these perspectives. As well, the federal government has recently scheduled sessions on how to incorporate traditional ecological knowledge into policies and practices. Alaska Department of Fish and Game must more closely consult and work with traditional ecological knowledge from the people who have lived in Alaska since time immemorial. Doing so is first and foremost a matter of respect. Secondly, it is good scientific practice that is supported by a wealth of peer-reviewed publications. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and hope that Fish and Game will follow emergent research and policies that respect the knowledge that Tlingit and Alaska Native people have accumulated over thousands of years. Thank you very much, and I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Kirsch? Seeing none, I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being present.
Thank you.
Turning to Petersburg. If Petersburg is online, Mr. Harold Hicks, not present. Mitch Ide, not present. Okay, we'll come back to them. Heading south to Ketchikan. Is Ketchikan online?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Tim's there. Okay.
Timothy Flannery.
Hello, thanks for having me here.
Very good, we can hear you. Please put yourself on the record and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Tim Flannery. I come from Ketchikan. Ganach, Aya, Yaada, Yudusach, Ketchikan, Ayachat. My name is Wachowik Ganachari in Tlingit, and I'm here to speak for in favor of the local harvesting of herring, not the commercial harvesting, which and because of the fact that Ketchikan does no longer have an active herring fishery, as well as many other communities in Southeast Alaska, due to the over-harvesting of this precious fish. Herring, I'm sure as y'all are aware, they don't spawn and die like salmon do. They keep returning, and if we don't allow them to come back, then we won't have any more fish for our future generations. In order for me to be able to learn or teach my children how to fish herring, I have to go to another community. And I'm afraid that some year that won't be possible ever again. Thanks for your time, and I hope you guys make the right decision in choosing for preservation, as well as the fact that many of the sea mammals live in Alaska and return to Alaska because of the abundance of the herring fishery, which has been on the steady decline. Thank you very much. Ganeshish. Have a great day.
Board questions for Tim? Seeing none, going to shoot for your testimony today. Donald Westland?
Hello, my name is Donald Westland. I'm in Ketchikan, Alaska. I'm the proposer of proposal number 168, 169, repealing the commercial set gillnet, sacral herring fisheries in Kashakes, Cat Island. That's section 1F, and also that's Kashakes, and sections 1E and 1F in the West Beam Canal. These fisheries, the Kashakes fishery has not been fished in 22 years. The last fishery in the West Beam Canal is 2011. The action you took in 2018 for sections 1B, or 15B, 15C, and 11A was a good thing to do. Those same concerns that you took up once these proposals weren't the same action taken by taking the fisheries out, repealing the fisheries. I live on the waterfront, and I can sit and watch between 150 to 200 days a year, watch whales feeding out in front of my house in Clover Pass. Please look at my proposals. I hope that you will give them the same considerations that you did in 2018 for sections 15B, 15C, and 11A. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you. Any board questions? Appreciate your testimony today, Donald.
Thank you.
Trixie Bennett.
Hi there. Ready to go?
Ready to go.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard today. My name is Trixie Bennett. I am here testifying as the president and on behalf of the 6,400 and something plus citizens of the Ketchikan Indian Community, or KIC. We're a sovereign nation on the traditional homelands of the Tontaquan and the Sinaquan, also known as Khan, or Ketchikan, Alaska. Trixie Bennett, you have to be a sock, we get here, Nakapiti, Kapskana Ak, Stocking Kwan, Kacharia, Chikit. Talking Dachkana Hatmania AID, I am Shinket, originally from Wrangell. I'm the daughter of Minnie Larson, the granddaughter of Emma Shake. Even though the herring is nowhere near the abundance in Southeast Alaska as it was just 20 years ago, you can smell the herring in the air. It is the smell of spring. Just like it is for the marine life, for us people, this is a time of celebration and cultural connection as herring bring an explosion of new life and beautiful energy into this world. And it reminds us of who we are. Even if you're not spiritually connected, the board should at least recognize that the herring are a forage fish, which provide for all the environment and the people along this amazing coastline. As you've heard from many people, it is KIC's belief that we as a community together need to protect and manage these limited resources as much as possible so that it could be here for many generations, not just for people, but for all our relatives of the land and of the sea. I hope this body, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, will explore more ways to provide free, prior, and informed consent to the original people of this land, as has been mentioned in prior testimony and outlined in the UN's Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People. We, as a tribe, have submitted several proposals and comments in writing prior to this, including lengthy rationale for supporting and opposing the proposals. I hope you will refer to our thoughtfully prepared and submitted materials for specific details. But to reiterate our basic stances on Prop 156, 157, and 158, please support KIC tribe would like to show its full support as we see these as a way for fishers of all user groups to more sustainably harvest herring in this region. For Proposition 159, please oppose. The KIC tribe would like to show its opposition as this proposal is not supportive of subsistence fishing activities in the Sitka Sound area. 160 and 161, please oppose. The state of Alaska has an obligation of providing sufficient access to subsistence users of natural resources before all other users. Next, by adding another barrier, such as the proposed permit in 161, to the harvest of this resource, you will be taking away a part of the culture that connects us to this land, the ocean, and to each other. 164, please oppose, as we do not see this supporting the goal of long-term sustainability of Pacific herring in this region. That's it. This is the end of my comments. From the team at EIB, thank you all for being here to listen to everyone today. Any questions?
Mr. Godfrey has a question.
Yeah, if you could just clarify for me, you had said you're speaking on behalf of, and you gave the tribal affiliation. It was over 6,000 people. Is that enrolled members of the tribe?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Onish for your testimony. Mr.
I have a question.
Oh, Ms. Bennett, there's a question for you.
Is she still there? Sure. Okay. I have a question on the interpretation of what is or is not driven by law on the subsistence issue. Is it an opportunity, reasonable opportunity, or is it first access, or both? Because you can have an opportunity without having first access.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. In your testimony, you were suggesting that an action would fail to give first access to the indigenous people. And my question to you is, the way I've read the law at least, what they're assuring with the subsistence is an opportunity, a reasonable opportunity. But yet, you could have a reasonable opportunity and have access or no access question resolved. So I wonder what is controlling there, the access issue or the opportunity issue?
I think both.
Both, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
Thank you.
That concludes my list for remote testimony. It is 2:40. I'd like to take a 20-minute break. When we come back at 3 o'clock, we'll do second calls for remote testimony, and then we'll begin in-person testimony. Thank you. All right, folks, let's go ahead and come back together and continue public testimony. Before the break, we finished our list of remote testifiers. There is a handful. I will go through second calls, beginning with Eric Jordan. Is Eric Jordan available?
Eric Jordan was not able to be reached.
Thank you. Ron Blake.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please put yourself on the record.
For the record, my name's Ronald Clark Blake. I'm a commercial fisherman from Cordova, Alaska. And so do I get to talk now?
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wanted to first state that first I should say that I've been doing Civic since 2011. I'm a year-long Alaska resident from Cordova. My family, both my wife and my daughter, are traditional Alaska natives, meaning that they live the subsistence lifestyle very much. And so Civic Fisheries is really important to my family. I support the equal split proposal, and I don't support any of the proposals that might change the fishery in any manner the way it's conducted right now. I feel like the job that Fish and Game's done managing the fishery is quite frankly really impressive. There's absolutely no biological concerns to the fishery. The thought of changing it, a formula that's been working for so well for so many years, it makes no sense to me. And like I said, the fishery is very important to me and my family. So I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I appreciate your testimony. I'm glad you could join us today.
Yeah, thank you.
Ben Huey.
Hi there. Yeah, this is Ben Huey calling from Civic. Thanks for the call back as I had scheduling conflict after the shift from this morning. So I grew up here in Sitka, a deckhand on a trawler, sport charter boats, and have always used subsistence fishing to put food on the table. I'm just calling in because I want to urge caution. The fate of our community really depends on the herring. They're foundational to the ecosystem and support every part of our economy and society. I'd like to state my strong support for proposals 156, 157, 158, those that have been submitted by Secretary of Alaska. I think we need that conservative approach. It's dangerous to be expanding exploitation as proposed in 159 through 165, those numbered proposals. I think that the presentations earlier today showed that even if ADF&G had all the resources they needed to conduct additional surveys, it's really impossible to truly capture the complexity of an ecosystem in a simple population model. And we know that there are components of the model, like average unfished biomass, that are severely distorted. And we also know that the data only goes back to the 70s, like after a collapse of many of these fisheries. So knowing this uncertainty and these limitations, we should be looking for other pieces of evidence to understand the long-term trends in the herring population. Elders in town, people who have been stewarding this resource for a long time and who have data collected far greater time periods than Fish and Game have access to, do point to significant declines and have no doubt that there is a far greater historical abundance. So I think that there is some biological concern. Recent volatility shows we're moving into a period of changing ocean conditions, and we don't know what comes next. And at this time especially, we really can't afford to stress populations by fishing aggressively. We know that the state has a proven track record of managing herring fisheries into collapse. I think it'd be naive to think that we now happen to know all the answers and then it couldn't happen again. So I ask you to please consider the fate of our community and take a more conservative approach. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions for Ben? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us today and providing testimony.
Thank you.
Second call for Nancy Keene and Haynes.
Nancy Keene was unable to be reached.
Thank you. Second call for Stephanie Masterman and Juneau.
Stephanie Masterman was also unable to be reached.
Second call for Harold Hicks in Petersburg.
Harold Hicks was unable to be reached.
And second call for Mitch Eide, Petersburg.
Mitch Eide was also unable to be reached.
And I believe that concludes second calls. Just want to take a moment to thank board support and all of the remote ADF&G offices for helping to facilitate and make that remote testimony possible. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. Moving into in-person testimony at this time, I'd like to begin with Sydney Kinney. Welcome, Sydney. Please put yourself on the record and begin when you're ready.
Okay, I'm speaking for myself. My name's Sydney Kinney. My comments can be found under PC 324. Sitka is where I was born and raised. It's where I'm raising my family and will forever call home. I'm a tribal citizen of the Sitka tribe, as well as a shareholder of Join On Native Corporation. I participated in the Sitka Sacro fishery for over half my life now, hired by my stepdad at 14 to hold corks, to coming home during spring break from college to deckhand, and fishing now alongside my husband on our 58-foot seiner. I'm just one of 47 small business owners in this fishery trying to diversify our operation to stay afloat in our current economic situation. We aren't just up against difficult economic times, but up against social media warriors throwing themselves behind causes they know little about and stamping their name on proposals and spreading false information on platforms that become the pinnacle of how the next generation get their news. We plan to raise our 3 girls on the back deck. We're committed to showing them the importance of being stewards of the land and sea, which we depend upon for our livelihoods and our subsistence needs as well. That's why we're all here, isn't it? To advocate for what we love and what resonates within each of us. Alaska is a resource-based state. We should pride ourselves on having processes like these to ensure it continues to be that way, well-managed and regulated for success for all user groups. Having regulations in place that the constitutional rights of subsistence users come first and are given reasonable opportunity to subsistence harvest. The department has implemented management plans to help in real time see these needs come to fruition. Equal split could allow for even better opportunity if regulated properly, allowing for even more opportunity for all user groups. The data collection on this stock is the most stringently detailed of any fishery on the West Coast. Abundance is at an all-time high with over 100 nautical miles of spawn recorded last year, and that's with numerous days not being able to be documented because of weather. We are seeing herring in Sitka Sound year-round and whales never leaving the area because of the abundance of food. I urge you to believe in the science behind the management that's been accurately depicting the stock for over half a century. It's the department's job to allow reasonable opportunity and determine scientifically what the stock can handle, unadulterated by emotion or market demand, strictly based on the science collected and how it's presented in past collections. The department's obligation is to the science in making sure opportunity is presented, which they and only they have documented extensively for the greater portion of the last century. They don't work for the fishermen or against other government-funded affiliations. Undermining the only credible fisheries science institute could lead to a domino effect of every other state-managed fishery in Alaska. I'm hopeful people understand the gravity of kicking at the leg of a table that holds up the industry that provides probably the largest number of jobs and private revenue to Alaska's coastal communities. Every 3 years we come back to this table. My stance is as follows. I oppose 156, 157, 158 in regards to the Sitka GHL. And I support 159, 160, 163, and 64. It's a complicated fishery with many facets to understand the whole picture. I appreciate your time today and throughout this whole process. I know it's a difficult task set before you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any board questions? Appreciate your time. Oh, Jared, sorry.
I appreciate your passion and your pace. I don't think I was keeping up with you as quickly.
Sorry, I had to talk fast for the 3 minutes.
No, you did a wonderful job. It took me a while to figure out, because I think it's a little bit of insider baseball. You know the topic, you know the fishery.
Right.
I don't, so I'm down here needing to get educated from different people speaking. You brought it home at the end and said what you supported and what you didn't. Do you or have you engaged in subsistence also, or strictly you've only engaged
No,
commercial?
I've engaged in both. My family is very intertwined with Alaska's community and history, and yes, I have, with my husband and my family.
And you said you're a Doyon shareholder?
I am.
And you belong to the tribe in Sitka?
I do. You can be a part of.
Sure.
Yep.
Totally understand. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Payton.
Yeah, thank you. You're fast. Yeah.
I gotta get stuff done now.
All right. Yeah, you were speaking pretty quick, but you kind of dived into the quota share proposal. But then towards the end of your testimony, you kind of mentioned that the department should be involved, more of the biology, not marketability. And kind of my view on the board is similar. Why do you think the board should be involved in kind of this quota share, which in my mind is kind of a marketability thing and should be held on the private sector? Can you kind of elaborate why the board should get involved in that?
Well, I guess it's all hard for, 47 people to agree on one thing. And I guess that's why it's put on your plate, because we can't all come full circle and agree on it. But I do feel for the resource, it's the best way to manage it. I feel like it's helps be for the safety, and also too for the department to help in regulations, because in a competitive fishery, it's very hard to find the amount of herring in an area that's not just the right, I'm going to stumble on my words, the right marketable herring in an area that is still big enough for our fleet. So I don't think I probably answered your question quite right, but basically we can't agree, so we're looking for someone else to help us in that process.
That's scary.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Sydney. I'm just curious about how you see this playing out if we did have an equal split fishery. Would it be just a half a dozen boats catching the fish, or would it be everybody present? And
I believe those are regulations that need to be discussed further. And partly, I would love to see all 47 people be there and participate on either one vessel or multiple vessels, or however those regulations go into place. I think that's for further discussion.
And I know nowadays it's a big factor trying to find crew for any type of fishing boat, so this might...
That's why we have 3 girls now.
It might help a little bit. So anyway, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks, Sydney. Matthew Kinney?
He's fishing.
Very good. Lynette Hines?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important issue. And beside me is my daughter Mary and my granddaughter Madison. And we are 3 generations. My mother is still alive and she lives in Sitka, Alaska, Harriet Beleo. I am Tlingit, but I was raised here in Anchorage, Alaska. And it went down the herring row from what we used to get. We used to get boxes, big boxes of herring sent to us. We don't get that anymore. I maybe get 2 or 3 gallon bags, that's it, for the whole year. And I'm lucky sometimes that I'm remembered. There's a lot of elders that live up here that are Tlingit and Haida, Southeast people. Anchorage has a big number of population here. And we don't get the opportunities to get our subsistence, which is at a very low quota. Very low. I would like to say, I would like my granddaughter to be able to eat the foods that I was able to eat. I was fortunate enough to eat. I've been a cab driver here in June for 40 years. I've seen a lot of you people. I probably picked up a lot of you people. Just like my face mask. You see how shiny it is? Well, I can tell you, when I was 9 years old, the magical spawning of the herring, you have to have the sun, you have to have the rain, you have to have the wind, and you also have to have that fourth magical element, the snow, to be happening. When it happens all at once, that's when they spawn. Now, how magical is that? I've seen those little herring in the water. I didn't know what it was, but it was shiny like this. It was so shiny. It was magical. And then I grew up to know what it was. Please, please, remember that we are for 156, 157, and 158. We are against 159, 160, 161, 163, 164, and 165. So I stand with Sitka Tribes of Alaska, Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood, the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida, and the Anchorage Tribes of Tlingit and Haida Indians of Alaska. And I do sit on the Anchorage Fish and Game Advisory Board. Thank you very much. Goodness cheese. Thank you.
Goodness cheese, Lynette. That was excellent timing on your testimony. Are there any questions? Thank you so much for being with us here today.
Thank you. I got to go get on the plane now. My cab is right outside. I got to go. Thank you very much.
Rob Sanderson. Welcome, Rob. When you're ready, put yourself on the record and begin your testimony.
All right. It was my understanding when I flew up here, Madam Chair, that I had 6 minutes representing a government, so I pared my testimony down. Anyway, I don't need this here. Rob Sanderson, Jr. I serve as on the executive committee of Tlingit and Haida Central Council based out of Juneau, Alaska. I live in Ketchikan, Alaska. I grew up on Prince Wales. I'm a lifelong fisherman. My family comes from a family of boat builders. My family also pioneered outside fishing Dull Island down from Noise Island down to Dull Island back in the 30s. Listening to some of the testimonies and looking back on what has happened in the sacro fishery over the years, I was going to read my testimony, Madam Chair, but it does no good because I do not have the time. I learned from some of the very best that practice subsistence fisheries, whatever it may be, seining, long lining, sacro fishery. The bottom line is that back through territorial days up to statehood, we have failed. The state has failed us. We take less than 1% of the total take of any kind of fishery in the state of Alaska on subsistence. You can't even compare that. How do you compare catching hundreds of tons of herring on the sacro fishery compared to the subsistence take, which some say is less than 1%? Why is it even an argument? There are so many barriers that our people have to jump through just to even put food on their table. My grandmother, Helen Sanderson, was the ANS Grand President, 1939-1944, first woman mayor in Alaska. During herring season, when they'd fly up to Juneau for business in the 40s, she said the sea to southeast Alaska would be a sea of white from the herring fishery. It's not like that no more. So looking at my testimony, I did put down a few failures in which the state has miserably failed on. So you go down You look at the herring, Sitka fishing, Sitka sacro fishery, I strongly believe that it's going to follow the same decline as the Cat Island fishery, West Beam Canal, Kashakes, on down the line, Auk Bay, Lynn Canal. At one time was the third largest fishery in the state of Alaska. Those never made a comeback. As one of our leaders in Southeast Alaska, I always stand my ground on what our people should be able to take. And we're constantly being pushed back. We are constantly told what we can, when we can't, what we cannot have. You guys have this great responsibility of choosing for a few over the many. I don't know how many, 40-some permit holders over.
Rob, you need to conclude your comments, please. Do you have a conclusion statement?
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. In closing, I would like to implore the board to pass proposals 156, 157, 158. Furthermore, the board should vote down proposals 156, 160, 161, 163, 164, 165. And just real quick, like Madam Chair, 161 that's way out there. I don't even where I would even begin to come from. I can't even wrap my head around that proposal. So anyway, I think I stated that in my testimony, Madam Chair. Remember, you guys have this great duty of making something happen for our people. You guys know the disasters that happen in our herring fisheries. All the way down to Portland Canal, all the way up to Enderlin Canal.
Thank you. Are there questions from Mr. Wood?
You know, when you made a statement, you faced the other way, and I didn't catch what you thought we had a choice of choosing something versus something else. I did not catch what that was.
Thank you. What I meant, and I'll clarify that in my comments right now, sir, is that the Board of Fish is making, not only in this, not only in the sacro fishery, the needs of the few are going, the actions are meeting the needs of the few, and the people that are really expecting something to put on their table outweighs the great. In other words, so few people are benefiting from this fishery, while the subsistence users have to jump through hurdles after hurdles after hurdles. One does not need to be a rocket scientist to be able to go back and look at our history here in Southeast Alaska and look at how miserably our herring have been mismanaged.
Thank you. You've answered my question. Thank you much.
I thank you for your time. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. If you'd like to submit your testimony, what you had written down, we're happy. You can submit it to the record keeper, and we'll get it.
Yeah, I'll get it through tomorrow.
Very good.
I'll get her a
Thank
clean
you.
copy. Thank you.
Marcelo Quinto.
Thank you very much. My name is Marcelo Quinto. I'm the Grand President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood. The Alaska Native Brotherhood has been an active organization since 1912. And we have followed the fisheries industry and since the beginning of statehood and well before that. That we have a membership that is all through the state of Alaska as well as on the West Coast. I want you to be aware that these stretches of people that we provide the subsistence food that right now. We have always been very closely related to ensuring that we have we're a civil rights organization that we try to take care of our own through voting access, through improved living conditions. But today we're really focused on one of the most important issues of the Native people, and that's access to our customary and traditional foods. We are here to provide a testimony on the hearing proposals and to observe the board's deliberations. I am 80 years old, and herring roe has been a vital part of my life, as it is with all of our people. We need and prepare for annual harvest because it is an essential food source for us, important to our culture, and a vital customary and traditional item of exchange. And plus the fact is that when we do it once a year and has to go through the whole year when we have our parties or, and people need them to have for exchange. We are concerned by the lack of abundance of herring stocks in the Alaskan waters. I can remember when herring harvest areas included Juneau, Angoon, and several other areas besides Sitka and Southeast. Now we only have 2 areas, Sitka and Togiak. Like the forage of fish, herring are an important link between tiny plankton and larger animals, from humans to whales, fish and birds. Herring are an important link in the ecosystems and require your careful judgment. I, for one, will never forget that herring is the primary food of our salmon. I hope that you will adopt a plan that has a herring stock forever written into it and that we all can share that resource. Native people share their resource, as I said before, from here all the way down to the West Coast. And for the last 50 or 60 years, it has been that way. In fact, I cannot remember even the time when I first came home back out of the Navy in '64. We used to be able to go out and go hand trolling and never carry a package of a herring that we're all aware of today. We could jig a herring up there, So Juneau had a lot of herring, as one of the other speakers said, but they opened it up, and we have not had a herring around there since. And if we do get any herring around there, it's very small. So I think that that is one of the things that we're very concerned about, to make sure that source of food that we have and relish every year, it comes back, and that we have to thank our Sitka brothers and sisters for sharing that source with us. We are the recipients, and we want to make sure that we're not forgotten. And I hope that the decisions that you make today will ensure that we do have that right, and that we will be able to share our herring eggs for centuries to come. And I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for being here and for providing your testimony and your perspective.
Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Quinto? Grashish. Mr. Quinto, I think the commissioner has a question for you.
Yeah, so how do you see the 2 fisheries coexisting? You said that you see them coexisting.
Well, the first thing I have to mention is that when we spoke about, who should have the first opportunity to fish it, I think that one of the things I have to think about, and I go back to a seine and trap fishery back in 1948 and 1949 when I was at the canneries. The seiners, I can remember them barely making a living because the traps were so overloaded with the fish. That is, to me, is the same kind of thought I have when you're asking about who gets first. If the hairy seiners can get to the fish first, is there going to be enough eggs for us to even get on a branch? That is a real question I have to ask anybody. I says, it's like us taking a knife to a gunfight, as they used to say in the old Western movies. It just doesn't work. So I'm hoping that when we look at it, that we'll say, okay, the people, and I'm not only talking about Native people, I'm talking about other people who have taken a liking to our seafood. We're a seafood people, and that if we don't get that, it really takes a major effect on how we live. So.
Thank you.
I hope that's.
Mr. Wood?
I just want to follow up with that if I could. Is there any way, in your opinion, that the commercial fishery and the subsistence fishery could coexist in the Sitka area?
Well, I don't have a real reason, but I do believe this. I think that, when you talk about the fishing industry, as Native people, we have been fishermen all our lives. We've never had the opportunity because if you go back into the history of the fishing industry, the canneries really kind of controlled everything that we did. And I'm talking about it because I fished from the time I was 13 years old. I seined, and one of the reasons why we seined is because the people, the older men, could not make a living where they could support their families. So the young people fished, and that's not only. And I fished out of Petersburg, so I know a lot of those guys that are now the big-time fishermen all started there. They started their fishing in there. So I think we can do it, but it's going to take some give and take from both sides. But I do believe that people who live in the state of Alaska and have chose to live here ought to have at least the right to feed themselves and their families.
And I know you're leaving, go take care of some personal business. Sorry I'm not going to be able to have lunch with you tomorrow, but would you be willing to take the bull by the horn, so to speak, and lead the effort to meet with the commercial folks and see if there's something that can't be put together?
Well, you know what? I don't have any problem with that. Right now, as a leader of the Alaska Native Brotherhood, it is my duty to make sure that we try to find a way that we can coexist. And so I am more than willing to try to do that.
And that's why I asked you the question. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey? One more question. One more question for you.
I'm going to ask you this question because of your longevity in the fishery, since you go back to 13. So there's certainly something to be said for indigenous knowledge. Is it your opinion that the data and that the department is providing us is not telling the full story as far as whether there's a legitimate conservation concern, or is it just more nuanced than that and it's unique to that fishery and the process of harvesting? Because you probably wouldn't disagree with me that the data we watched this morning is not consistent with much of what the indigenous practitioners see. And I'm just curious for your take on that.
Well, I don't disagree with your findings. I think really what as a person who's not in that fisheries but utilizes the food, when you start, I can only go by what I've done. I have been a sport fisherman for many years, and I also used to troll. Before you could get herring, go out trolling, and nobody would pack it. Would pack a package of herring, but because it was right there, you could just jig it up. Today, right now, the last time I was able to even jig herring was in Pelican, and nothing around here. And they said, well, there's herring there. But most of the time, if you troll in your hand troller, you're not fishing. You're not fishing. 20 fathoms, down. Not with a 8-10 ounce hook. So it's difficult to compare, that the industries, I look at right now, I says, hey, there is no herring around Juneau, and the herring that I see right now that was compared to when I was growing up, they're not even half the size that they were, in the 1950s, 60s.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Erica Karas.
Karas? I'm her husband, Peter. She's not available.
Thank you very much. Chip Trinan.
Madam Chairman and members of the board, for the record, my name is Charles Trinan. People know me as Chip. I'm a Southeast Herring Sacro-Sane permit holder and have participated in this regulatory process since purchasing my permit in 1995. Supporting information for my positions can be referenced in PC 335 and RC 28 from the Southeast Herring Conservation Alliance. A common theme in this regulatory process that I've seen has been the Sitka tribe's continued efforts to compromise the commercial sacro fishery under the guise of protecting subsistence users. The herring fleet has often lost harvest opportunity, but the tribe is never at risk of any loss and consistently uses recycled proposals and rhetoric designed to curtail, if not entirely eliminate, the commercial fishery. I can't help but think there's an underlying goal that the tribe is trying to control this fishery and wrest that control from the state. Personally, I have as much incentive as anyone and more than most to have a healthy and robust herring stock for all users into this foreseeable future. I believe that state control is a critical prerequisite for maintaining harvest opportunity for all. This 2016 year class that's moving through the ecosystem will age out in a few years and will likely go back to a more normal biomass. In the meantime, that biomass will have some ecosystem-wide effects. Some here may believe that every herring taken out of the water is one less meal for a king salmon. However, while mature king salmon may at times feed on herring, recent research has shown that mature herring consumes significant numbers of young king salmon. It also seems self-evident that multi-thousand-ton herring schools can negatively affect food availability for juvenile salmon and other coastal planktivores. It's a two-way street out there in the ocean. We permit holders collectively have tried and always failed to find common ground and compromise with the tribe. I still welcome the opportunity to find solutions to this never-ending conflict, but believe that productive negotiation is not possible if the tribe has ulterior motives and then nothing to lose. I hope the board will realize just how sustainable and robust the Sitka Sound Herring Management Plan really is, and that the department's sophisticated science will prevail over the emotion and misperceptions that are all too easily spread on these issues. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Chip. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you for your testimony, Chip. I just had you referenced a PC and an RC, and I didn't get it. Could you repeat that, please?
Through the chair, it was PC 335 and then RC 28. Both have been submitted by the Southeast Herring Conservation Alliance.
Okay, I had them right. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Computer must be talking to it.
Anyway.
It's dead. You can hear me anyway. listening to your testimony, several times you said that one of the motivations is, or causes that the tribe has nothing left to lose as to an ability to come to some kind of middle consensus. Then I look at all the proposals that the Conservation Alliance put in. Were those meant to address that issue, to give the tribe something to lose?
I guess those are items, at least some of them, like the area issue. That's a loss that we took, and it would be getting back something that we lost. The tribe, I'm not sure what the tribe would lose with that one proposal on the recovering commercial area. I don't know what the tribe would lose. The tribe is, the subsistence users are capable of fishing in areas where the commercial fishery takes place. And so I guess they really don't, there aren't really any restrictions on the subsistence fishery. Getting a permit may be a restriction, but it's also a way to have everyone a little bit more accountable on what they're catching.
Yeah. I came into this meeting a day early to meet with different stakeholders, so they have more time to sit down with me and explain their position. And you and I did take that opportunity yesterday. And if you recall, what I was urging you to seriously undertake is an effort to see if there can't be some common ground. The speaker right before you, Mr. Quinto, literally at the top of that organization's level, has made such an offer. And I would suggest to you, sir, that you and others see if there can't be some kind of dialogue and see if you can't reach some common ground, if not on all the issues, at least on a good portion of them.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Wood, and certainly we would welcome an opportunity to have some, I guess, real negotiation or real concerns to try to figure out how we can coexist. So far, in my experience, there isn't really an attempt to find a way to coexist. There's an attempt to try to kill the commercial fishery with 1,000 cuts, something new. One restriction isn't sufficient, so there's more restriction on the commercial fishery. Subsistence people don't have any restrictions on the where they can fish or how much they can take. So anyway, thank you very much.
Well, I've been anointed temporary chair here since Madam Chair's mic is out as well. We need to reinitialize the mics, take about 10 minutes back at 4. Thank you.
Test, test.
All right, let's go ahead and continue with public testimony. Mics are working again, that's great. Mr. Michael Stanley.
welcome, Michael. Will you put yourself on the record, and then we can't hear you on the...
Yeah, I'll be referring to public comment 437. My name is Mike Stanley. I'm an attorney who's been doing fisheries law issues in Alaska since 1978, most of that in private practice. As you'll see in 437, that's a legal analysis I provided to the Southeast Herring Conservation Alliance concerning Proposal 159, to which is to repeal 5 AAC 27195. I'm going to make just 2 points today. The board adopted that regulation in 2002, but you've not considered any proposals to revise it since then. So there's 20 years passed since you've had that regulation before you for deliberation. But the board has taken action that addressed some of the concerns that were raised in 2002. For instance, one of those concerns was to protect traditional harvest areas for subsistence users. Well, in 2012, you closed the core area for that purpose and expanded in 2018. So the question is that distribution requirement in 27195A2, is that still germane? The second one was an effort to protect the quality and quantity of herring roe and spawn on branches. Well, in 2009, the board raised the buffer by 5,000 tons, that buffer for subsistence, the threshold as a buffer for subsistence. That's 10 million pounds. That's off limits now to the commercial fishery. The second real problem, as I see it, with 195, and this is addressed in my memo, is that the regulation is worded as very ambiguous and unclear. Now, an initial question is the fact that the language that's codified in the administrative code is not the language that the board adopted in 2002. Now, the court that looked at this said, well, there's no material difference. The court doesn't have the last word on that. It's up to you to decide, were those changes, did that affect the intent of what the board had in mind in 2002? But more importantly, the question is, does the regulation as currently written, does it provide clear guidance to the department regarding this board's expectations for the department's management of the herring fisheries in Sitka Sound? Now, it's not my place today to tell you what direction you should give to the department, but I can say that as currently written, the regulation is subject to differing interpretations and is ripe with potential for future conflict and litigation. The board should not leave the department in that uncertain of a situation. The solution, repeal 27195, recognizing that its purposes have already been addressed in other action. Now, if the board believes that some sort of plan is necessary, fine. Repeal the regulation and then constitute a working group to develop a plan and bring it back to the next regular Southeast cycle meeting where it could get advanced public review, advanced public comment, board deliberation, and go forward on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Not so much as a question, but a comment. Whether I agree with your conclusions or not, very well done brief, sir, and I appreciate the argument being crouched like you did.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Jamie Ross.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jamie Ross. I'm a 40-year commercial fisherman here in Alaska from Homer. Fished many different fisheries across the entire state and up and down the West Coast. And this will mark my 30th year coming to Sitka this spring. And herring really is my baby. That's kind of what I've focused my whole career on. My boats, my gear, my equipment, my expertise. And briefly speak a little bit about that. I'm one of few guys here in the room that still does the herring circuit. We start in Sitka, go through Kodiak, and then finish in Togiak. At one time, I fished 5 different sacro herring seine fisheries: Sitka, Prince William Sound, Kodiak, Cook Inlet, Togiak, Port Molar, and 3 bait fisheries as well: Dutch Harbor, Prince William Sound, and Southeast. So I'd spend 6,000 to 7,000 miles, 8,000, 10,000 miles a year traveling around Alaska in 3 full months. And I currently spend 9 months out of the year, every year, on the ocean. So the ocean is my life, herring is my passion. And anyway, I adore the herring fisheries. I was going to speak a little bit about abundance and what I'm seeing in all this travels around Alaska. Kyle and Sherry did a pretty amazing job, and I think we all should feel blessed that we're experiencing such an amazing biomass. Sitka is truly tremendous. Kodiak is beyond belief. There's 300,000 tons in Kodiak. We have a 55,000 ton quota in Togiak, which is mind-boggling, and only a dozen guys that go to fish it. So what I'm saddened here today, listening to a lot of public testimony and reading through the public comments, is this terrible disconnect that I see between the subsistence users and the commercial fleet. And we've experienced this for many years. When I first started in the fishery, there was 5 or 6 native elders that participated in the seine fishery. And it seemed at that time we didn't have so much disconnect. And I'm saddened by this. And I wish I could take the folks out on my boat so that they could see through the electronics and see what the airplanes see and see what we see when we drive over herring schools that are miles and miles long and are hundreds of feet deep. It's truly awesome. So I really wish there was somehow, like some board members have said, that we could bridge this gap. And as Chip indicated, we've tried over the years, and I'm not sure it is possible. But I just wanted to convey that, my daughter behind me here that's with me here today, she was in my wife's womb when I had my largest set in Sitka, and she's been with me every year since. And I love this fishery. I love herring fishing. I would never, ever participate in any fishery that I thought was damaging to the ecosystem or resource or not sustainable in any way. So that being said, thank you for the time. I'd be happy to answer questions about market, which is a true difficult issue, or any of the other proposals. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jamie. Mr. Godfrey?
Since you are a herring aficionado, so you've heard the presentations this morning. You see there's a disconnect that is being presented, hard data, and a suffering fishery from a subsistence user's perspective. I'm going to ask you a variation of what I asked someone earlier. How do you square that circle? Because it sounds to me like the fishery, in particular when you engage in the subsistence activity and the methods they employ, it sounds to me, anecdotally, if not with hard data, at least empirically and anecdotally, that they're not succeeding in the way they used to, they being the subsistence harvesters, right? It's not what it used to be. That you have all this biomass out there. I'm not an authority on the fishery. I'm not authority on the method. The whole thing fascinates me, but I'm trying to understand as one board member here, the inconsistency in squaring the circle when just what you said, which is what we saw this morning, it's out there.
Yeah.
But their success, the harvester's success in subsistence is not what it used to be. So I'm guessing the truth lies somewhere in between the two. It's not one extreme or the other, but just if you could reflect. I'm not even giving you a cogent question, but I just want to hear your reflecting, please.
Madam Chair, Mr. Godfrey, I appreciate what you're saying very much, and I think it's very true. It's as a longtime user and participant in this process, and having seen this same issue come up every time, every cycle, every year, and I was an REM fisherman years ago, and we had very difficult times between Western Alaska and REM, and it's very emotional, it's very difficult, and I was always trying to be a bridge builder, and unfortunately, I think, I'm not a subsistence user. I do take fishing game throughout Alaska for personal use, and I have enormous respect for the native cultures of Alaska and thank goodness we have such a bounty in Alaska to be able to share this with so many people in Alaska, unlike anywhere else in the world. But I think there has been, fish have tails. They swim, they change. And even though we've closed these core areas where a lot of the areas that are closed now, I was looking, I think I caught 60% or more of my commercial harvest in my history in those core areas that are now closed. But we've done that as an attempt to try to help allow people greater access. And I don't know if culture is changing and people's utilizations are changing, or maybe that the fish have moved out to cruise off in further areas, which makes it more difficult. If you saw, what I noticed, which was interesting, by the subsistence department, it showed that people no longer are taking fish from the branches off the shore, which I thought that was very interesting. And one of the board members asked that question, Mr. Jensen, and I remember that specifically. So maybe it's a combination of things that the patterns of the spawn are taking place differently, and so the accessibility is more difficult. And I'm not sure. But I wish we, as a commercial fleet, and I know we would be more than happy to help in any way for people to access those subsistence rowan branches or whatever it takes in any way possible. Because no one in the commercial fishery is against the subsistence fishery in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Mr. Payton.
Thanks, Jamie. Could you give me a little bit more overview on Southeast in general? You've been doing it 40 years, and and it seems like a long time, but really 40 years. The previous speaker, is 80, and he's been, fishing in that area since he was like 7. Yeah. So, and then his, ancestors did. So, 40 years is a lot of time, but in the scheme of things, not a lot. But it is a fact that many fisheries and herring fisheries in Southeast are no longer persecuted commercially.
Yep.
And it can't just be because the Fish and Game doesn't have the funds to survey them, right?
No.
If the fish were there in big biomasses, we would be catching them. That's a fact. It is, because we would find the money and do the surveys. One thing I know about fishermen, they let the department and the board know when fish are abundant, right?
Correct.
So, going back to kind of the, truth checking everything and the circle and square, I'm really having trouble, like, where did all the other herring go in Southeast? And I know no one can answer it, but I'd like to hear your perspective on that.
Madam Chair, Mr. Payton, from my understanding, I have limited knowledge of the gillnet fisheries. I know that the Cashakes fishery in particular, that fishery, to my knowledge, actually has moved in pretty large geographical mileage distances from where it had previously taken. Then it went back to Cashakes, and it was up at Cat Island. And I think there's been some migratory effects going on. I do believe you're correct. I've heard a lot of testimony about the Beam Canal fishery and the Juneau fishery. And it's interesting how, again, this crazy thing that's going on in the Greater Gulf. Why did salmon do so poorly, and yet herring have done so phenomenally from the results of the blob or whatever? But so Sitka did really well, and so did the Craig Klawak area has done really well, but some of these smaller fisheries haven't recovered. I don't have that answer. There are market considerations, and that's the case for like Prince William Sound, Lower Cook Inlet. I was contacted by our local biologist in Homer. I'd done a Lower Cook Inlet survey for the department for a few years way back when, and they haven't even looked over there in over a decade. So they wanted to know if I was interested in going and checking it out. So Prince William Sound, same thing. There's been very little focus on Prince William Sound because, frankly, we can't sell the fish. And so, but all of a sudden here they are. So I wonder if it's not just, and I'm not trying to make excuses here because some of the people have said the same thing, they're not looking, but I don't know that there's interest because of the market situation is so poor. So.
All right. Thank you for your testimony
You're very welcome.
today.
Thank you.
Ryan Kapp.
Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Kapp. I'm here to support Proposal 166, which seeks to allow existing Sacro seine permit holders to use open pound rowan kelp as an alternative to seining in Sitka. It was submitted by my father, Darrell Kapp. I've participated, or I guess I should say we participated in the Sitka fishery since 1995, only taken a few years off here and there. And I've fished open pound rowan kelp in San Francisco Bay and participated in a closed pound fishery as well in Cherry Point, Washington. My father had a company that processed, marketed, and sold rowan kelp products. We're pretty well versed in that aspect of the overall herring market. Lots of info has been submitted to you. Pretty heavy reads, PC 94, 174, 308, and 351. All of these document things well for you guys to understand this proposal better. You'll see studies, marketing reports, and some back and forth between ourselves, yourselves, and CFEC. Definitely a lot to take in. This proposal has been ongoing for decades now, and it's always been a good idea. In the simplest terms, this is a method which would increase the value of the fishery while taking less fish from the biomass. In fact, open pounds take no fish. There are no nets involved, and the fish swim away freely after spawning. The bulk of the other herring proposals this board is hearing at this meeting and in all past meetings represent two things: industry attempting to preserve the long-term economic benefit from the fishery, and members of the subsistence community and public asking for the taking of less fish. Both are striving for sustainability. Proposal 166 represents a way to see both of these quests realized. The taking of less fish combined with an enhanced economic benefit to the industry and communities involved is something that should be easy to get behind. I would like to participate in the committee of the whole, and I look forward to addressing any concerns you may have. I invite anyone at the meeting to chat me up about the proposal. Thank you. I can take any questions or compliments you might have.
Thanks, Ryan. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you for coming again, Ryan. I appreciate it. It's been a long road. Appreciate you being here every 3 years. I just had a quick question on adverse effects to other SOK users, for instance, Hoona Sound and the Craig. Is the way you're presenting it sounds good, but do you think it'd have any negative effects on the other people that do spawn on kelp? Madam Chair, Member Jensen, yeah, I've obviously thought about this one long and hard, and it's been the same for years, except for those markets for the product has deteriorated. And a lot of it is in the structure of those fisheries. I mean, I know the Craig biomass right now is at an all-time high, but those fisheries would be regulated on leaf count. And so you put the certain number of leaves into the pond, and then you add the herring to it, and they spawn. Yet they get paid by the pound. So the incentive is there to build the thickest product you can, because if you're getting paid by the pound and only got X amount of leaves, then you want to build that up so you get paid more. In what I'm proposing in Sitka with open pounds, you can put them into the spawn and bring them out of the spawn and control the thickness of the product. And what I'm looking to do is create not roe on kelp, but kelp with roe. Because mariculture right now is pretty hot. I mean, you go to Costco and they got the kelp chips and everything else that's eaten, and there's health benefits or antioxidants and every other thing. But maybe that stuff would be appealing with a thin coverage of roe on it, because the heavier stuff's pretty intimidating. It's got a little bit of a strong flavor to it. I mean, in general, not for everything, not for everyone. The other thing to consider is just the overall market. This stuff is like fruitcake or liver and onions. It's something that a past generation really enjoyed, and now when presented to the next generation, they're like, oh, thanks. And there's not really a drive for it, and that's reflected in the price and everything else. A lot of it with the demand-based problem, which this is, you can cut back supply all you want, and you're not doing anything to spur demand. In order to spur demand, you need some volume, you need a newer product, a new way of looking at things, and push it out to the marketplace. My hope actually is that those other fisheries get online, and if I can produce some thin product out of Sitka with a few of the permit holders there and start something going, then we can put it out to a wider range of people, and maybe they'll enjoy that newer product. And there's also domestic markets available now that didn't exist when this began 20 years ago. So there's some hope out there in doing different things. If I was going to take this product and directly compete with the product that's already in a failing market, I'd be out of my mind. So my intent is to do something different and, basically start something fresh and help to diversify the product forms that are coming out of the Sitka fishery. Thank you, Ryan. I just wanted long-winded, I know. But I wanted to hear your perspective. I have two family members that are involved in the pounding fishery, so I just wanted to hear your perspective and maybe let the other board members hear your perspective too. Thank you for your testimony. No, if I thought this was going to damage other fisheries or end other fisheries, I'd just be a fool to sit here. Everybody going to be fine. Thank you.
Mr. Wood and then Mr. Godfrey.
Thank you. You and I spoke very briefly today on your proposal, and I'm going to follow up tomorrow morning. Yeah. But what I have heard from some people is that they're conditionally look favorably upon your proposal, but they're holding back only because they wanted to see a corresponding drop in the sacro fishery, say one of the 48 permit holders decides to go your route rather than go the traditional sacro fishery, then there should be some proportionate reduction in the harvest out in the sacro. Are you adverse to some kind of a mechanism of that nature?
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Wood. We've considered this because, I mean, like John alluded to, we've been at this for 20 years with various market conditions and various harvest guideline levels. And there's only really so much row-on kelp that can be produced. In the PCs I submitted to you, there's a conversion factor. So, X amount of herring, raw herring, equates to so much of the product that's going to be produced from it. And so that being said, just kind of look at, maybe a 200-ton cap per participant, and that would equate to about 100,000 pounds of raw-on kelp product, and then start from there. So right now we've got epic quotas, so we're not even using the entire quota. The market just won't take it. But when this gets ratcheted down into smaller harvest guidelines, which eventually biology will take over and Mother Nature's a mad scientist, so we'll get down to reduced numbers again in the quotas, then each participant will be capped at a certain amount, but that fish will be taken, it's going to be off the table. That fish will live and spawn again in the subsequent years.
You had closure walks fishing for compliments, and I don't know if I'll go quite that far, but what I will challenge you to do is to prepare an amendment to your proposal that would accomplish just what you described so that it could be brought up for consideration in front of this body.
Okay.
Mr. Godfrey.
Couple questions for you, Ryan. First of all, I want you to answer me honestly. You don't really believe there's a generation of people that actually thought fruitcake was good?
My grandmother, maybe.
We're talking about your credibility, buddy. All right, enough with that. The conversion rate, in conversing with you earlier, 25%, you said?
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey, yes. 25% is just, I kind of spitballed. I forget what the State of Alaska study that was done by Bill Davidson and Dave Gordon years ago, late 90s. That was, I think 27 is what they came up with. I know there's other Canadian studies out there, and I think they were at 24. And when we did it down in San Francisco, they had another number on it there. But I mean, roughly, you're in the 25% range.
And then one other question. Your understanding, being a fisherman, I know you're not a biologist, and we might have kind of covered it this morning and I missed it. What is, because the open pound, as you describe it, their ability to spawn again, how many yields would a school of herring produce in that? I mean, I don't know their life cycle, at what point they're spawned out.
I think they, much like a salmon, they spawn till they die. But, I think a lot of the herring, from what I know, you get 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds, and in some cases even 8-year-olds. And they'll keep spawning. So if you've got a 3-year-old cohort group that's spawning, then they'll be able to come into the raft and lay some eggs, and then they'll take off and come back when they're 4 and again 5 and 6 and continue on like that.
Thank you.
Mr. Payton.
Thanks, Ryan. So while you have the mic, I'd like to ask your opinion on the, I think proposals 163 and 164, basically the quota share, and how that would, I want to hear your opinion on that, and then how that would, say that's passed, how would you envision that incorporated into, because it'd be the same fishery, wouldn't it? If the Sitka, I mean, if 166, how the two would intertwine, or wouldn't they? Maybe I'm not understanding it quite, but the quota share, and then your opinion on that, and how that would roll into your proposal if passed.
Through the chair, Mr. Payton, when we've done this proposal in years past, it actually dovetailed quite nicely with an equal split arrangement, where each permit was going to be allotted a certain portion of the quota, an equal share of the quota, to do with what they want. And then row-on kelp would be one of these options. 163 takes it a step further by maybe some bait herring or what have you. So it does dovetail nicely.
Okay.
Even if an equal split doesn't happen, I mean, I haven't, probably have to go with legal on this one to figure out the nuts and the bolts on it. But I would think that you could take, and if you declared that you wanted to use row-on kelp or open pounds as an alternative harvest method, even if it was an equal split, you could still go ahead and pull a portion from the existing harvest guideline. Now, that said, if it's capped at a couple hundred ton, because really that's all that you really need to utilize and to attain what is within reach, I guess, realistically, then the rest of it could go back into the fishery for everybody else to utilize if it's not equal split.
Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for you. There's a lot of comment in opposition of your proposal. Can you give any merit to any of that opposition?
Through the chair, Ms. Mitchell, yeah, I mean, everybody's got concerns, and like I say, that's why I'm here. I'm here to alleviate those concerns. One of the things for me that's refreshing is I can see that most of this stuff has come from, everybody getting together and figuring out what we're going to support and what we're going to oppose at this meeting. And I know that there's a real lack of, maybe complete understanding of the proposal because, let's face it, we really haven't been able to get into the nuts and the bolts of it and how does this work. Right now we're just trying to get this thing through and we still got another hurdle to jump at CFEC, and I think Proposal 233 also addresses that caveat that we're in, that when we started this thing 20 years ago, we didn't even know that existed. That just came up at the last couple of cycles and led to a roundabout that I think's got everybody blurry-eyed that's been a part of it. So hopefully that can get rectified. To the people in opposition, like I say, I'm more than happy to alleviate the concerns. I know there's some concerns expressed in a STA letter about, where are these rafts going to go? Because, they got the core subsistence area and everything else. Well, we did an experimental fishery back in the late 90s and had a tribal member act as a liaison between our project and the tribe to make sure everything was copacetic and we weren't infringing on the subsistence and everything else. And I thought we got along quite well. It's in, I think, one of the reports in the many pages I've given you to read, and if not, I can dig it out. But there's a way for everybody to work together on this. So I think a lot of it, a lot of this process is educational. I'm here trying to inform you, and I'll inform anybody else, and any concerns are fine. Love to hear them and work through them.
And just to follow up, can you list off the PCs that you did in the beginning of your testimony?
Yeah. There was PC 94, which I think my dad submitted, 174, 308, and I think that might have been mine, and then there was 351.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Mary Moreno Suits. Welcome, Mary.
Is it on? Thank you. My name is Mary Marino Suits. I am deferring my time to my daughter, Madison Suits, Junior Alaska Native Sisterhood, Anchorage Camp 87, and ANS Youth Representative, Gunachish. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. Please put yourself on the record and begin when you're ready.
I'm speaking for Junior Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 87. I am in favor of proposal numbers 156, 157, and 158, and oppose numbers 159, 160, 161, 163, 164, and 165. My name is Madison Marino Suits, and my family is from Sitka, Kwan, also known as Sitka, Alaska. Sitka is such a beautiful community, and if you take away a prime resource like herring, it not only eliminates herring itself, but it also takes away more fish. When I was younger, I would remember sitting outside on my front porch in the spring with my family. I would be watching and observing them cut the branches and cleaning them. This was a time for connecting, and to think my future children might not have that experience is truly heartbreaking. The herring is a piece of our culture, and it's been around for a very long time. Herring isn't only food, it's a crucial component of wildlife. From the very powerful words of Elizabeth Paradovich, I would have not expected that I, who am barely out of savagery, would have to remind gentlemen with 5,000 years of recorded civilization behind them of our Bill of Rights. 1945 Alaska Senate Debate Anti-Discrimination Bill. And I'm not going to let all of my aunts and many others' hard work go to waste. Ganesh Chish, thank you.
Ganesh Chish Madison. Any questions from the board? Thank you very much for being here today. You did a great job. John Hyde. First call, John Hyde. Megan O'Neill.
Hello, members of the Board of Fisheries. My name is Megan O'Neill, and I'm the Executive Director of Petersburg Vessel Owners Association. We have 85 members that participate in state and federally managed fisheries from southeast to the Bering Sea, and additional 30 additional members in industries that support commercial fisheries. These are processors, banks, shipyards, grocery stores, hardware stores, and more. Our members target salmon, herring, halibut, sablefish, Pacific cod, crab, and shrimp. My on-time comments are PC 291. In this session, proposals of particular importance to my membership are Proposals 159 to repeal the Sitka-Sacro fishery, Proposals 168 and 169 to repeal gillnet food and bait fisheries in Revilla Channel and West Beam Canal, and Proposals 156, 157, and 158 that would reduce harvest rates in Sitka, all of which PVOA opposes. While the Revilla Channel and West Beam Canal herring fisheries have not opened in over a decade, the biomasses in these areas are growing, and in 2021 were above the 10-year average. Miles of spawn in Revilla Channel in 2020 and 2021 were enough that ADF&G deemed it worthy to dive and conduct deposition surveys. ADF&G assessments on herring, as with other subsistence fisheries in Southeast, are funded through the Commercial Fisheries Division of ADF&G. Which division pays for stock assessments and management isn't important in considering allocations, and I'm not arguing that the users funding the research should be prioritized. A reasonable ability to meet subsistence needs is extremely important. Subsistence fishing, hunting, berry picking are all important to residents of the small rural communities in Petersburg, Wrangell, and Sitka. I'm emphasizing who pays for stock assessments because it's important to keep the commercial fishing fleets whole throughout Southeast, and this requires a diverse portfolio of fisheries throughout the year. Captains need to net enough income to meet payments and provide for their families and the families of their crews. Fisheries businesses and landing taxes pay for ADF&G budget use of general funds and is shared with local government of coastal communities. In Petersburg, our community's share of fish taxes pays towards maintaining our harbors, benefiting subsistence, personal use, and commercial fishermen. In coastal communities in Southeast, subsistence, personal use, and commercial access are closely linked. Herring are not the only proposals that this meeting to reduce access for the commercial fleet. As we work through these 3 meeting sessions, I urge you to consider any reductions to commercial fisheries harvest holistically throughout Southeast Alaska. I'll move on to additional herring proposals important to our membership. These are 164 and 166. 164 would create an equal harvest share in the Sitka-Sacro fishery, creating stability and slowing the pace of the fishery and increase efficiency for the processors. Thank you.
Do you have a concluding statement, just to wrap up?
I will be here for all 14 days of the meeting, so I can use committee of a whole.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Ralph Wolf.
Welcome, Ralph.
Thank you. My name is Ralph Wolf. I'm the 6th Vice President for Clinton-Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. I was born and raised in Craig. I've spent the last 10 years in Yakutat. Avid fisherman, hunter, father. I just want to thank you guys for taking the time to hold this while it's not where we wanted it to happen and not at the right time, noticing that the commercial fisheries in Sitka is about to happen right now. Also want to thank the Dena'ina people for allowing us to have this meeting on their land. Also want to recognize the 33,000 people that Clinton-Haida represents and where we're coming from in our perspective. Has something to do with a lot of things, but I want to bring it down to 2 words. I want to bring it down to tradition and equity. As a first person of this land, someone who's been here since time immemorial, who will continue to be here, and while looking at the perspective of equity, I understand that my family's been in the fisheries for many years since I was growing up, from trolling to sacro fishing to ponding to sports fishing guiding to traditional harvest. I don't correctly like the term subsistence. Traditional harvest is a way of life. It's a way of our people. It's a way we've been doing it since time immemorial. When it comes to tradition, though, there's a deep connection that you can't feel, that you can't explain, that I can't explain to some folks. And there's a reasoning behind that. Our people have been here and have used these foods, these areas, these culturally significant pieces as a way to heal, as a way to survive, and as a way to move forward. As a parent, I look for different ways to try to bring that home. I teach my kids everything that's been taught to me, and I really do hope that through the guidance that you guys have and the difficult decision you guys have to make, and all the different opportunities that you have to weigh, commercial, traditional use, personal use, is not taken lightly, and that's what I'm asking you to look at. There's hundreds of proposals here. I feel like there is an absolute medium that we can find. I feel like there is a way that we can meet so that my kids can do traditional use and harvest herring eggs, that they can continually harvest. With that, I don't support proposals 161, 160, 159. I also oppose, as written, proposals 163 and 164. We do support proposal 156. And like I said, since time immemorial, I really do appreciate the fact that this was taught to me and it was shown in a way that I can represent it here and show my kids the power and meaning of something bigger than us, as a system that's more than just me and more than just you. Thank you.
Going to you, Ralph. Questions? Mr. Godfrey.
You said you believe that you could find the middle ground can be found on this. Have you made efforts to do that with the proposers of the proposals that you're opposed to?
Through the chair, I feel like inadequate back and forth has happened between both sides, and both sides being not ready to make that kind of commitment to each other. But I think we're coming to a head where that has to happen, and we need to find a happy medium ground. Whether it's give and take, it's going to take give and take from either side, and I can't represent everybody, right? Understanding that there's people who have places named after these rich resources that I can't represent, that has a different connection than I do, right? but understanding that as a tribal entity, we are working towards that, and we are working with the federal government to do those exact kind of things, right? Working for down different avenues of sovereignty, and I think that there's absolutely room for discussion, and I have not made that wave personally, but I do hope that we can find some time here in the near future, because back and forth isn't going to get us anywhere. We're in the same place we were 3 years ago when I came and testified in front of you all.
Thank you for your response, and I'll just point out, we've been on the board the same amount of time that Board Member Wood has, and normally he's the one who would speak up on this. He's not at the table at the moment, so I'll take the opportunity to encourage working together with the other side whenever possible, even when it doesn't seem possible, because the odds are somebody's not going to be happy when the board takes their votes. If everyone's a little bit happy, a little bit disappointed, that was a good compromise. If one side's really unhappy, that's not a good compromise, obviously, and it makes our job easier because there's already plenty of proposals that are going to be challenging, and if both sides are willing to try to hash something out, boy, oh boy, I think the chair would be very accommodating when it comes to moving the schedule around if you should get there at some point. So I wish you and the other stakeholders the best of luck and good faith effort on that.
Through the chair, one quick follow-up on that.
Go ahead.
And thank you, Mr. Godfrey. And it comes down to, not just in herring, right? As a person of this land that was a family has been here since time immemorial, and it's even taken through acts of Congress to have first rights. And I think that portion of the traditional harvest and first rights needs to really be enacted through this board and commission. And as we go forward, understanding the correct term of first rights and being first on that list, because right now we're not. And I feel like the give and take has been on our end. You see it over and over and over again. The number of users is shrinking because the number of amicable or useful harvest is also shrinking, and there's direct correlation in the data that you guys showed this morning, showing the non-harvest seasons and the magical growth in biomass. There's got to be some kind of correlation there, and there's got to be some kind of correlation between overfishing. Underfishing also is a correct term, but looking at the harvest people first and pointing fingers is something that we're not going to take anymore, and we are looking at avenues to try to help ourselves do that, but also looking at ways that we can approach the other users in the chain as well.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just take this opportunity to echo Board Member Wood's comments earlier and Mr. Godfrey's now. We will be taking action at some point in this meeting, but if it's of any value, I would compel the users to work together.
Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you for your time.
Jim Blau? Jim Blue? First call, Jim Blau. Clay Benezek? Or Bezanek, I'm sorry.
He's an advisory committee. Get you.
Okay. Welcome, Clay.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. Boy, this has been an interesting first day. I'm representing the Ketchikan AC. We've, in this crazy time, been figuring out when the meeting was going to be, where it was going to be, when our comments were going to be due, and even getting people together was really honestly problematic, but I kind of took the baton, having been a part of this process for many years as a commercial fisherman for going on my 39th year now. Kind of time has flown. I commercial fish salmon. I'm a part of the group that hasn't been able to fish herring in quite a while in the inside waters of Southeast there. I was one of the guys that started the Dive Association in Southeast, which has been a pretty good thing for all of our underwater harvesters. I've been on the UFA board. I'm currently on the Pacific Salmon Commission, being a representative of the Northern Panel, which co-manages the District 104 seine fishery and the Tree Point gillnet fishery. So I'm really thankful to be a part of this process, and for our staff that you guys really have no comparison to even understand how our state ranks amongst fish and game management units in the West Coast. We have the rock stars, and I've been so impressed so many times with dealing with the Canadians, which don't have a management system like the Board of Fish. They get dictated from Ottawa how things are going to be with no public input whatsoever. And then our biologists have to deal with their biologists and show them how real salmon biology should be. And it's such a privilege to be a part of this. I came out to Alaska from Minnesota in 1983, and my history back there, it's not really that relevant here today, but it kind of is, because my grandpa fought in World War I, and my dad fought in World War II, my uncle fought in World War II. My dad was chasing the Nazis in the 80th Tank Battalion under George Patton in the 3rd Army, and my uncle was digging Japanese machine gunners out of foxholes throughout the Pacific. And I just wonder, as I listen to everything going on here, how it's pretty much a proven fact with the Japanese being dug in Alaska, and I really do think they wanted Alaska's resources, how this process would be different if there wasn't people like my uncle and all these people from all over the United States that protected Alaska, protected the whole West Coast. We wouldn't be sitting here today, because I don't think the Japanese would treat people, especially First Nations people that were here, as kindly as we've all gotten to get today. So that being said, this is a heck of a process, and I'm thankful for it. I hunt and fish all over the United States in the winter, and I'm so thankful to come back home to be a part of this, trust me. The Ketchikan AC is made up of a great bunch of people. You guys are gonna, over the years, I believe, see these young guys that we have on here that come from guided sport, all harvest sectors, personal use, subsistence. I'm really proud of the group that we put together. The Board of Game is really gonna hear a lot about us, because we have numerous trappers and hunters on our advisory board too, which really lends well to a complete package. But that being said, I'll just let them speak for themselves in years to come. We just voted on 3 proposals in the first section here, 162, which is increasing the possession limit for subsistence spawn and kelp harvest. And we voted that unanimously. And our AC is really into personal rights, harvesting, personal use and subsistence being number one. I mean, like numerous speakers have said before, the ability of residents of the state to be able to go out and harvest and feed their families is paramount to everybody that lives here. It's in our Constitution. So we're really, you're going to hear a lot in the coming sections from us on that, or from me. And then we voted unanimously to, in opposition against 168 and 169, banning the gillnet fishery from happening. And I feel bad for the guy that testified earlier from Ketchikan, because his inability to go out and catch fish is not predicated on not being fished there. there's just not fish there for a commercial fishery to exist, but everybody I know in Ketchikan goes out and gets plenty of bait herring in the spring when they're spawning, and I'll be glad to take that guy out on my boat and get as much fish as he wants, because they're all around. The reason for not eliminating the gillnet fisheries off the books is we all know the costs and coming back before you guys to get them reinstated. We have 100% confidence in the department rebuilding the stock before it gets open, so that's why we voted against those two being eliminated from the books. That's all I have in this section. I'm thankful for the process and for all you people participating, and I've open to questions if anybody has any.
Thanks, Clay. Just for clarity, which proposals did the AC support and not support? You said two. I had 162 down, and I wasn't clear on whether it was unanimously supported.
162 was unanimous support for increasing spawn and kelp, and then 168 and 169 unanimously against removing them for the books from the fishery. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate you being here today and your service on the AC. Thank you. We'll do two more before we pause for the evening. We'll do Mitch Keplinger and then Delbert Kadek.
Hello. Madam Chairman, Board, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and doing a good job so far on our first day. So, hello, my name is Mitch Keplinger. I'm a lifelong third-generation commercial fisherman, as well as an avid hunter, sport fisherman, and subsistence harvester. Born and raised, still live in Kodiak, and I kind of love what I do. Today, I would like to say I oppose proposals 156, 157, and 158. I do, however, support subsistence egg harvest and subsistence preference on fisheries. I think those are both, if you can't feed people, I think those things have to come first, and I've always felt that. And that being said, I've heard a lot of testimony today, and I look at these issues. It appears that the Sitka tribe's proposal and us are a long ways apart, but I saw a lot of protect the herring signs here today. I couldn't agree with that more. Any commercial fisherman that's been around long, we are on the same issue there. Without a viable herring stock, neither fishery can succeed, whether it's subsistence harvest or commercial. And I'm wholeheartedly behind that. I think conservation is a number one thing. It's important. And I look at a lot of this issue as we've had a 50-year coinciding since the 70s commercial sacro herring southeast fishery. It's coincided with the subsistence fishery. Both have been successful and not successful depending on years and general dips and highs and lows in herring resource. And I look at it as not that far apart. We both want the same thing. I would love to have great successful harvests. I would offer to help any way I could. At one time, the Southeast Herring Alliance actually tried to help with subsistence harvest. Wasn't very well received by all the tribe, although we did on Southeast commercial fishermen's nickel, we did pay people or to help assist to supplement the herring harvest, but it wasn't very well received by the tribe. We got rid of a lot of eggs and actually took them to Hoonah and Cake and places like that as well. But that only lasted a few years. The tribe asked us not to continue that, and we didn't. But that is an option for something in the future that we would be willing to assist with.
Thanks, Mitch. Do you have a concluding statement?
No, just that Good job, and thanks for the opportunity, and we will see you in the future, so thank you.
Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you. And Delbert Kadek. Is Delbert here?
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much for doing what you guys do there. I know it's a hard job there, and I appreciate what you guys are doing, the Board of Fish and Game and the audience out here. So I just want to tell you guys, thank you for your time. I'm here today to speak about one of the proposals that came up there is 161 there. And before I get started there, my name is Delbert Kadek. I'm from Cake, Alaska. I'm also on the Clinton-Haida Central Council Board. And I'm also on our Cake Tribal Board there, our local corporation in Cake. And I'm also on the City Council there. So in our little communities, we wear different hats. And I also have a commercial fishing license for salmon there. So I just want to get started there. I've been doing this for a while now there, coming over to Sitka to get herring eggs. And the people at this time of the year look forward to it, not only in southeast Alaska, but all over Alaska and the lower 48. Most of the people that I do get the herring eggs on the branches for are the people that would be getting hurt by this permit requirement. So I usually spend about a week over in Sitka and sit in the branches and wait for them to spawn on it. And after a few days of spawning there, we go out and harvest there. And the first couple days that I do burn it in, I burn it in for the Sitka people because I want to thank them for letting us come over on their land and harvest in their area. So the first 2 days belongs to the Sitka people there. And it's not only, it benefits everyone in Sitka. My whole deck is full of herring eggs there, and everyone comes down to get as much herring eggs as they want, and they clean off my deck. And then by the third day, I know that everybody had enough in Sitka there because there's less people. And by then, I'm ready to go back home to Cake. I usually pick up guys in Angoon there from my deckhands, and we stop in Angoon on our way home to give out to that community of Angoon. And when we do get home to Cake, everybody in our community comes down there to get the eggs out of my hatch here. We usually try to fill up my hatch here and my boat, just a small boat there, just a small wooden boat there. It only holds about 55,000 pounds in the main hatch. So all that is given away. And I think I heard an alarm or something go off, but so I need to speed up. And
if you could wrap up, that'd be great.
All right, thank you. Requiring a permit would hurt all these people there. And that's one thing right now that I'm really grateful to the Fish and Game there, that we don't have to have a permit right now for all these people, because all these people benefit from what we harvest there. So I just wanted to thank you guys for your time there. And yeah, I'll be here for any questions in the lounge for a little bit there, and then I have to go back home tomorrow there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Kadek. Do you go, you may have said it during your testimony, but I didn't catch it. Do you go to Sitka every year and distribute branches on your way back home, like you mentioned, stopping in Angoon and then going to Cake?
Yes, thank you for that question there. I usually stay over there about a week there, and the first 2 times that after I harvest the first day, that goes right to the Sitka folks. Second day, I harvest, it goes to the Sitka folks too, and then they come down and they give out, get as much as they want, and then they give it out to all their family and friends there that flies out in Alaska Airlines seaplanes, and that, I can't think of that other airlines that people send it out on there, but everyone comes and gets their share and sends it out to their family and friends there. And on our way home there, my crew and their family come down there to the boat there, and they get what they need off the boat there too. And then when we get to Cape there, another 200 or 300 people come down there, and they come and pick up what they need too, and they clean out my hatcher, so I get rid of all my eggs that I harvested over the week there, so nothing is wasted there, and everyone benefits. But right now, with the way we have it set up there, with the no permits, everybody benefits, but if we do ask for a permit there, it will hurt all those people there, so that's why I was speaking out against this proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for being here today. I appreciate your testimony.
All right, thank you.
It is 5:02, so I think we'll pause public testimony for the evening and begin at 8:30 in the morning. First up will be Kyle Rosendale. See you in the morning.
Oh, absolutely. No. I've done them all. Still do. Like I said, I mean, I really Since Troy is probably played CT all the time. Maybe, I don't know, they help provide. I wish the media would help. Let's take one last signature, and then it's yours. Where do you guys hang out up there? Charles.